フォーミュラドリフトジャパン。
革新のカーボンベゼル、Bluetooth 搭載 G-SHOCK、 カシオ。
横浜。
The brightness, called brilliant, blinding and vivid, Valentine.
Ultimate lubricant, Mortis.
Made in Japan. Breed.
伝統と革新小倉クラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチ小倉レーシングクラッチ ORC
究極の静かさと安全性オンロードオフロード世界中で活躍するケンダその信頼を支える静音性安定性と対摩耗性世界が認めた技術と信頼を街乗りで高品質と納得の価格タイヤのポテンシャルをあなたにケンダ
What's up guys, it's Frederick Ospo and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. Iyo RSR Ichiban.
Welcome, drift fans from all around the world. We have finally made it to the final round of the G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan 2022 season here at Fuji International Speedway in the Shizuoka Prefecture.
It is really beautiful, I'd have to say. This is more than what I was expecting for the weather to be. Blue skies, very cool, nice for the cars. See Mount Fuji behind us. Look at this facility, it's so beautiful. The pits are clean. I mean, this is more than I can ask for,
yeah,
you know,
this
for
is
a drift
such
event.
a picturesque end to a very interesting and strong season. Right there with Fuji as our backdrop. And man, I can't, like you said about the weather, I cannot express how much I'm happy about this. We've dealt with bad weather all year round with rain and all the other stuff, and here we are ending it on this note right here.
And also there's 50 plus drivers that are competing for the top 32 spot. Today we're going to be doing the qualify, and good luck to a lot of the drivers. But man, we are so close on the points ranking. I'll go over and have you go over that a little later before we talk about that, because it's really, really exciting. I'm talking about, like, there's no room for failure here.
Exactly, a lot of pressure for these top guys. But yeah, there you go right there on the screen. We have Tom Saiba, he's on the Japanese side, PA system, and on the live stream, along with Yoichi Imamura. So yeah, go check them out, give them some love, shoot them some chat messages and stuff like that.
And Imamura is going to be, he's commentating, he's also one of our judges, so he's going to be judging the angle scores for the qualify here today. And he's one of the 3 judges that we have here up at the judges booth.
And then right on the other end, you could see us right here. Once again, myself, Kenny Harris, alongside me, the legend himself, Robbie Nishida, doing it all.
And talk about the legend, we have a stranger right here with his hoodie on.
I know.
To the left of me here. This is Ryan Sage, all the way from the Formula Drift USA. Welcome.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here.
There you go.
Thank you. Yeah, it's an honor to be here. It's always great to sit next to you. You smell great and tremendous as usual. And it's been really fun, finally getting to meet Kenny for the first time. I love listening to you guys and staying up till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning and having fun. But now we get to, go to work and figure out who's going to win this championship.
Exactly.
And talk about going to work. Ryan Sage is going to be filling in as our guest judge here for the final round, and I think he's a perfect judge to be here to fill the seat. He's going to be judging the line for Qualify today, and he's going to be joining us for the whole weekend. So usually he's commentating in the U.S. or he's running the show in Formula Drift USA, but then he's going to be actually next to us supporting us with the judging, and I'm going to be the final judge here. I will be judging the style side of it and also commentating, and you can hear me talk all day.
Yeah, it's cool. It's coming full circle for us. I get to finally meet him, and he was actually sitting in this position I filled in during COVID. But here we are, final round, and look at that beautiful sky right there.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, I've been saying beautiful like 50 times, but I can't say it enough. But talking about beautiful right here, we have the Motor Games girls here. They are posing for the camera right here.
今大会で私たちも最後なので頑張ります。皆さんも最後まで一緒に選手の応援よろしくお願いします。
She said, this is the last round that we have this year. So Miharu, Minami, Miori, and Marina, they will be cheering on the drivers, and they wish all the drivers good luck.
So,
I'm pretty sure you wanted to hear that in a girly voice in English.
It would have sounded better for sure.
I'll try next time.
Or a very animated voice. There you go. But right there, you can see the track right in front of us. And here you go, the layout. Robbie's going to do a little explaining on this.
Yeah, so this is a weird layout. Very, very different from other tracks because the start and where the initiation area, 3-2-1 cone is, it's starting to gradually turn. And it's very, very long. So it is a very high-speed turn. But I would have to say it's high speed and it's very simple because there's only one switchback, one transition. Coming from outside zone 1, want to make sure that the car is all the way to the outside where the outside zone is at the end of the rumble strip on the tire or the bumper. A flick switchback going to the outside zone 2. And it's very tricky coming from the outside zone 2 to the inside clip. If you're not throwing enough angle and on throttle early, the car is going to wash out. And the same as outside zone 3, you want to make sure that the car finish off strong with a lot of angle, a lot of throttle. They have to make sure that they drift through the finish line that's right after the outside zone 3. You can't straighten before that because that's going to give you an incomplete.
Exactly, and you can see right there that view. That is the exact view that the judges are going to see. We see straight down that line, outer zones 1 and outer zones 2, pure level, and we can see how deep they are in those zones. So it's going to be critical that the cars get themselves to the rumble strip like they need to.
And at this level of driving and car builds, I'm expecting to see like 90 degree to 90 degree going from outside zone 1 to 2. And also the transition has to be snappy where you got to go from full angle to full angle. We want to see no hesitation. We want to see a flick, full throttle, a lot of smoke, a lot of angle. It's going to be really exciting to watch. Now, a little different from the Formula Drift USA. Judges point allocated. The line judge here gets 30 points. Angle judge also gets 30 points. And the style judge gets total of 40 points of fluidity and commitment 2020, usually in the half. And the line judge and the angle judge has 10 points at outside zone 1, 10 points at outside zone 2, inside clip 1, and also outside zone 3. Both have 5 points each from both of the judges.
Exactly. So usually I talk about some critical areas on the course that a lot of these drivers are suffering during the practice session. But what I see most of the time is the transitional flick into outer zone 2, coming in that inside clip. That's kind of been the struggle point for a lot of these drivers because from there they got to carry that all the way out to outer zone 3, which is pretty far from that inside clip. So they got to carry a lot of momentum, but at the same time carry the angle and hit that line.
Running on.
Yeah, so here we go. This is Takahashi's run from last year. He got a 99 here. Let's go ahead and check out this run. Very exciting to see.
Whoa. Deep into outside zone 1. Nice flick outside zone 2. Here he is coming to that inside clip to finish off strong here into outer zone 3.
At the inside
and beautiful
clip
job
right
by.
But everything else seems almost perfect. So there you go. That's a 99-point run. And we are
I'm telling you, the only place they
drivers
probably
to do the
docked
same
him for
thing.
is the inside clip right there.
And today's practice has been pretty phenomenal, but man, I must say this course definitely throws down some smoke. So
yeah, it does. So Today it's okay because it's
Yeah,
qualified.
tomorrow though, here you go. Here's the point standing. Let's transition to that. First right now is Hokuto Matsuyama sitting at 316, but right behind him, squeezing short, is going to be Wataru Masuyama. That podium last round, got first in Okayama, and shortly behind him is Kanta sitting at 312. So the points race is pretty insane. Like this is.
Yeah,
this
so
just
we have 100 points all the way down to the 7th place Kenshiro Gushi. He has 224. He is 100 points away. But talking about possibilities, because you never know what's going to happen with drifting, all the way down 7th place, everybody has a chance. We're taking the championship here for the 2022 season.
Exactly. This is going to be very interesting. And, man, I don't think we've seen it this close in a very long time. It's usually been 20, 30-point difference. But to be 1 point and 4 points from the top.
Yeah, and what I want to focus on is a lot of the younger drivers and also the USA drivers that are competing in the U.S. is actually all in the mix. Kanta is a very young driver. Matsuyama is fairly younger driver. Then we got Daigo Saito, ex-FD US champion. Kohashi, ex-D1 champion. Yamashita, ex-FD Japan champion. So we got all the champs from all over the drifting world, and also the young drivers all filling in the top 7 spots.
Yeah, and the top 5 right there, those are 3 big names right now running 3 big teams. You got the Linglong Tire Team Orange team up there, and then you have the TMAR team along with the Good Ride team coming in deep with a lot of cars. But there you go. You can see where they're landing them top 5 spot. It looks like we're getting a little peek at Fuji right there.
Yeah, it's nice. The clouds aren't really covering it, so I want to go and take a picture of it later myself.
Are you going to climb it, though?
Nope, I did it before, and I couldn't. I can't tell you. I don't want to do it again.
But yeah, it looks like we're getting these cars ready to go, and there you go. There's another look at the 3-2-1 where they're going to be entering into drift. And keep in mind, we cannot see the start gate, so we're focusing on the cameras, relying on the cameras for the start gate line and when they take off. But we have a clear view down the alley for outer zones 2 and 3. And there you go. Looks like Benjamin is getting his tires scrubbed, ready to go. And man, it's exciting. Like you were saying before, we have 50-something drivers because a lot of our foreign drivers are back with us, joining us. And this right here, it's been 3 years since he was here competing at Formula Drift Japan.
Finally, I would have to say, also we do have a few of the FDUSA members here joining us, they have our back here, FD Japan, joining us for the last round here, and thanks to Japan finally lifting the traveling restrictions, a lot of people are able to travel now. Now, one of the drivers that we usually have back in FD Japan is the ex-champ, man Mike Woodette. He's not here. Hopefully he'll join us next year, full season. But let's go ahead and start off with the number 1 driver. This is the first round, actually. He's joining us for the FD Japan round. This is Chiem Benjamin.
Yeah, it's been almost 4 seasons now. He's coming in here this last season, but yeah, it's been 3 full seasons, and right at the end, here he is, and it looks like he's ready to go. He's done a lot of practice since he's been in country, and I asked him, I was like, how have you kept yourself so fresh? And he's like, Assetto Corsa. I was like, all I did was practice Fuji on that the whole time, and he came out here yesterday during practice runs, and he did a phenomenal job. But here he is coming to the chicane now, coming around the bend that we can't see, but we can hear him ripping through up to this 3-2-1. Let's see how he's going to do and how he's going to start the tempo here today at the final round, the 6th round here at Fuji. Coming around, little outside of that inside clip, and there he is ripping back around, but the other zones filled in quite nicely and not bad for his first qualifier run back into the series.
That was Benjamin all the way from Singapore, his first run here at Fuji. I would have to say right there, a little hesitant getting back on throttle. It looked like his car was washing out a little bit, and he does miss a lot of, or a large portion of inside clip right there. He overshoots. It didn't look like he was throwing too much angle at outside zone 1, going to outside zone 2, which made the car go a little bit wider, I believe. So he had to wait for the car to settle instead of getting back on throttle as quickly as he should have. But let's go ahead and see what his score is going to be. That is the first run here at the final round of Formula Drift Japan 2022 Fuji Speedway.
So let's see what the judges have for him. But like Robbie was saying, I mean, that's definitely a way to start us off right there. Being able to kind of get in those zones, had a little bit of hesitation, so he has a little bit he could correct from it. But I must say, overall, for a first run, putting a score in the books.
Not driving for 3 years and just coming into competition right there.
There you go, 76 for his first qualify run. So he has a lot of room for improvement. So we'll see what he's going to collect, what kind of data he's going to take from what Robbie and I said, and bring for his second run.
Yeah, there's a lot of areas he could tighten up, especially with the line. The score should change a lot by changing small bits and pieces here and there. So let's go ahead and move on to the next driver waiting at the start gate.
So next at the line is number 328, Shinichiro Saito, in the Car Guy Racing A90 Supra. So he's been on and off coming back to the series, but good to see him back out here. He debuted this car last year at Ebisu. And, you know, he struggled a little bit. He's just trying to get an understanding of the car, but looks like he's slowly getting a little bit more seat time and understanding of how this car controls. Because before he was in a 180SX. Let's see how he's going to do. Coming back around here to outer zone 2. Not quite deep enough into the outer zone and able to hold on there. Could have hugged it a little bit tighter on that inside clip and finishing strong through that outer zone 3.
All right, so not sure if the commitment part was totally there. Kind of comes in with a smaller line, shallower angle, and he had to kind of reinitiate going into outside zone 2 because it looked like the car was going to correct and try to straighten out. So he kept it going, but I would have to say not the best run by Saito, and not a huge flick going from outside zone 1 to 2.
Yeah, it was definitely a safe run. You can see right there, he wasn't quite hugging that inside clip long enough, and you can see how he kind of left a little early out of that outer zone 3, but overall, he left a lot of room out there, but, you know, he got a run in the books. I don't know what his, you know, there's a lot of strategy when it comes to these drivers and what they're trying to do, because we struggled like the FDJ2 round where we couldn't even fill all the slots.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go, 73 for his first qualify run.
So there's a lot of room for him to better his score there. So we'll see what he's going to do for the second run. But speaking of the first run of car number 96, Katsuhiro Meguro from Isshin, Good Ride Origin Labo, JZX100 Mark II at the line.
So we'll see how he's going to do on his first qualify run. Yeah, beautiful built car.
He's got his angry mouth on his helmet too, like a jet fighter plane.
Let's see if he'll adapt that to the track here. Let's see how angry he'll get into these zones. And here he is coming around the bend right here, adjusting himself just a little bit, leaving that 3-2-1 zone right there, coming into that outer zone 1. Nice, dipped a few tires there, real deep into that zone. Could have been just a little bit deeper, a little bit outside of that inside clip. Not the cleanest run that we've seen from him before.
Yeah, so the similar, you know, it is a big track, so this is my guess. It's going to take a lot for the car to do a quick transition. It looks like he went into the outside zone 1 a little early maybe, but right here too, being hesitant, getting back on throttle. He does dip a tire there outside zone 3, and also he looked like he was almost straightening and he was correcting there. So that's going to be a deduction from, you know, probably the angle side of it and also the style. Like right there, then he had to correct himself. It was almost like he had to reinitiate because the drifting was ending right before the outside zone 3. But right there, kind of goes into outside zone 1 a little early, but he does try to fill the zone. Misses inside clip a little bit, and right there goes a little bit too wide on outside zone 3. Does dip a tire there. So once again, you know, just like the other drivers that we just saw driving, they do have a lot of room to correct
There you go.
Their run.
72 for his first qualify run. And yeah, as you saw the replay, you could see where the pylons are kicked pretty far back, like you can see right here. That's just an indication of where the zone is. They already know the edge of the track is where the zone is. So they just need to know exactly where to be in or be right at the end of the track.
Yeah, the tire cannot go off of the rumble strip on the outside zone 1 and 2. That'll be a tire off. And also outside zone 3 too. There's a rumble strip there too. The cones are just moved away so they don't knock them over. But that is no area where you want to see the car on the edge.
And here he is. Next up is number 12, Nagayasu Miyagi with Team Kazama with Power Vehicles in an 8.6 right there. Coming around, nice job. Looks like he dipped a tire right there too. Swinging back around, just holding on into outer zone 2. Oh, looks like he had a huge correction, leaving that inside clip. And like I said, that's a huge struggle for a lot of these drivers, trying to get that inside clip, but carry it through to that outer zone 3. And this right here, Miyagi, he's moving up from the FDJ2 series, trying to make a mark here. And looks like he's just been struggling all year round to land that solid run to make it into that top 32.
Yeah, so that's going to be a huge deduction from the style side of it because of the correction he made at the inside clip area, where he pretty much had to steer all the way in to try to, I don't know, he tried to correct the car using the steering a little bit too much, and the car did not go the way it wanted to.
And he like reinitiated.
And it kind of went into too much of a deep angle, and he pulled angle out and totally missed outside zone 3 right there. As you can see, he almost straightened the tire out. You know, he was in mid-drift, so I wouldn't have to say that would be a straightening, but, you know, he tried to straighten the tire out as much as possible. And that would be called a slight understeer during the drift. So that was not so clean by Miyagi, by Mr. Miyagi.
So we'll see what the score is. His first qualify run is going to be a 65.
So pretty much a lot of these drivers don't have the chance to drive here and practice, so they don't have so much seat time here. But yesterday we did have a 2-hour window of
private session.
Private session. So I'm pretty sure they were able to warm their cars up and also be able to run the track with the final drive and all that settings that they need for today.
Exactly. Next in the line, already going through the chicane is number 610, Kei Murakami in the Village Up JZX 100 Mark II. Here he is coming around, and just like Robbie said, they had 2 hours yesterday, and this morning they also did 2 hours. It looks like here he is coming with some fury right on the edge of outer zone 1. Ooh, just barely did look like a tire right there. Oh, wow. Looks like 3 tires right there out of outer zone 3. We'll have to check that replay. But yeah, he looks like he came real hot out of that inside clip and just couldn't get control of his car and, washed out to that outer zone 3.
Yeah, so we're going to have to double check that, make sure that he has all, at least 2 tires inside the track. Right there, dips the tire at outside zone 2. Right there, same as Miyagi, almost. Oh, yeah, that's actually 4 tires.
Yeah, unfortunate right there. And I apologize. Like I always tell y'all, I have the chat up. I haven't really been looking at it. I see y'all's score. Looks like we have a lot of comments going on. Scores getting put in. So we'll see. It's definitely going to pay out whenever we get into the second part of qualifying, when you guys really start to understand the judging and where everything's coming from and how they're running the tracks.
I would have to say it comes out different. Where he got an incomplete, and a lot of you, guess the scores and stuff like that. And I have to say, like, a lot of you are pretty on par, and there's a little bit of a point difference here and there.
Oh, barely anything.
Because we're looking at it live and we're taking the replay in and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, I would have to say you guys are really good at giving us a score. So I think next year I'm just gonna have you guys do it.
He's just gonna watch the scores on here and throw his down. But next up is number 41, Shinchi Uemura with the Team Ito Auto Uemura Sangyo JZX 100 Mark II.
I think this is the brand new build or something.
Well, it's brand new livery, so he's debuting this livery here, but I think he might be right a full build. But man, look at the color scheme popping with the light. Look at that smoke trail he's got. Nice job through outer zone 2 right there, coming around. Looks like the inside clip, he could have been a little bit more into it. but overall, the outer zones, he filled them quite well. Let's see what the judges have to say, and let's check out this replay. Let's see the fine edges and really dissect how his run went.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's a brand new car or they redid the car, but I would have to say, looks like he's filling the zones pretty nice. And right here, I like the way he goes from angle to angle, and he keeps the angle. He does miss, a part of inside clip, but it looks like he took that line to fill the more important zones for him. So I'd have to say very smooth and clean.
And very aggressive overall. Like, man, what a step up right there by Uemura.
Yeah, I mean, I think I just heard Sage about, the only area that he had to really dock him was probably the inside clip.
Here you go. Here's the replay.
Saying. Yeah, look at this.
Throwing smoke down.
Yeah, so this is what I like. I mean, you pick and choose your battles, where if you're having a hard time making the inside clip, all right, you don't have to hit it. You're gonna lose the line score there, but make sure everything else look good. So yeah. I'll try to bring up what I see on the track. That might not be something that it's easier to see on a replay or on live stream, and explain to you a little bit about what's good. Oh, there you go, 86 point. I think that was a well-deserved score by Uemura. He did a great job. And as you can see the angle too, he almost maxed out the angle everywhere too.
Man, nice job, but right there.
And also the line judge, Ryan Sage, almost gave him a perfect, but he had to dock him for the inside clip.
Exactly,
and that's pretty much where he was, that's where he got shortchanged, but great job.
Yeah, definitely easy for him to come back and make up for that. But right there at the line, ready to go, is Tetsuya Iha, number 18, at the Kartes Okinawa with Nor Crown.
Now this car seems like it's very comfortable at tracks like this.
Oh yeah, open it wide open. Big sweepers. Let's see how he's going to do here. Sweeping around the 3-2-1 into outer zone 1. And look right there, that smoke trail could have been a little deeper in that outer zone. Oh, dipping 2 tires through there, but able to hold on. Coming around to outer zone 3. Is he able to carry it through outer zone 3 to the finish? Man, it was looking very good from the start, but unfortunately you can see how he dipped 2 tires in that outer zone 2. Let's check out this replay.
Yeah, I'd have to say very exciting driving, and yes, that's not what we want to see. We don't want to see the tires go off the track, but I do get what he's trying to do. I feel him, what he's trying to do. And, as a style judge, I would have to say, going off the track and wavering a little bit, coming back on the track, that is an area where we would have to deduct him. But at the same time, tire off the track, the line judge is going to have to dock him for points as well. But overall, I would have to say it was very exciting to watch because he was, showing us what he can do, and he was very exciting to see.
He was coming in real hot. He was very aggressive on the throttle, but I think obviously we could see a little too aggressive through outer zone 2, and trying to compensate to make it to outer zone 3 wasn't even anywhere close to that inside clip. So we'll see what the judges have to say. He's got the dynamic now, the excitement down, but he needs to really get into those zones to catch the line and angle portion of everything. I guess the line more than anything.
Oh yeah, because I mean he did.
Because he had the angle.
He had the angle, and I would have to say it was very, he was on throttle most of the time. It was very good, but at the same time, he did dip a tire, and also he totally missed inside clip 1.
Not 100% chaseable run at the end of the day, because that's what we're trying to get is a solid lead run. There you go, 73 for his first qualifier run.
So just imagine if his line was better, and he had, let's say, 5, 6, 7 more points. That would be an 80-point run. So we'll see if he could readjust his car for the second run.
And here we are, another big body coming through, number 330, Shigahisa Sasayama in the DSL.com JZX100 Chaser.
All right, so this guy right here, Sasayama, I remember him the most from, he had that hard wreck at Okayama, and he is back.
Yes.
And this is, I'm talking about last year, but he's back, and he drives like a bullet, and he's a very fast driver, but that's not all we want to see. We want to make sure that the car is all the way on the outside with a lot of angle.
Yes, filling the zones, and here he is coming to outer zone 1. Could have been a little deeper right there, and there he is once again. Looks like he's being a little safe through those zones. Coming back around, and once again, through outer zones 1, 2, and 3, you could see how he was like right on that fine edge. Could have been a little deeper to have that excitement and that flair into his run. But like Robbie said, very quick through that course.
Yeah, so I would have to say the angle, going to angle to angle, he is a little hesitant going to the outside zone 2, giving it angle. So I wouldn't have to say that was like one clear shot. So that part I'd have to dock a little bit off for the commitment side of it.
So
but very smooth, which is something that's going to save him from getting, you know, a lower score on the style side of it too.
Looks like we're getting a little bit of high 70s, low 80s. So we'll see what the judges and the fans are linked together and see if they're looking kind of alike here. So the anticipation here. 82, look at that, spot on some of these right here. Nice call, y'all out there.
See, there you go. Like the line part of it, he took that over everything else where he lacked a little on angle and he lacked a little on the style part of it. But that's one score that he wanted to get. Trying to be in the 80s is one big thing going into the second run.
Yep, next up at the line is number 17, Jin Horino in his Good Ride Sports with Tops Racing Mew BLS S14 packed with a VR38.
Yeah, now Horino's been on the podium before, and it looks like he's been through a few stages in the car. Hopefully he has everything squared out. Great driver, exciting to see. And this is a pretty brand new car for him, so hopefully nothing happens to the car like previous rounds.
Exactly, the power plant is brand new for him. He's been trying to get all of the bugs out of it. It looks like he's not quite able to get out of those zones right there. Here he's swinging around the outer zone 3. Not bad through that outer zone 3, but you can see the struggle from the start.
Yeah,
and like Robbie was saying, throughout this year, he's been struggling to get this car set and ready for all the rounds.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's like just too much wheel speed, where he's burning too much tire, where he does hit outside zone 1 and leaves it a little early. That affects him. He leaves outside zone 2 way early as well. He does get inside clip, but at the same time, there's some wavering and also the being hesitant because he's not making it to the outside zones, and I'm pretty sure he knows that where he didn't make it all the way to the outside. Pretty sure that he has that in mind as he's driving, so that's going to affect him as well. So let's go ahead and put the scores down and see what he got.
And right now, we're not even a quarter way through the first run of Qualify. Like Robbie said, we have about 54, I believe, drivers. So we're going to be going over 100 runs today for Qualify to see who's going to solidify the last top 32 of 2022 here for the G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan series. There you go, 76 for Horino.
So a little bit of room from every area of the judging for him to get a better score for a second run. So hopefully he can figure all that out and run a better line for the second run. But let's go ahead and move on. You said 54 drivers total, and this is car number 54 all the way from Singapore.
There you go, Shang Liam right there in the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles JZX 100 Chaser. So he came out, competed in Ebisu, missed a few other rounds, and here he is back again, making it happen. Let's see how he's gonna do. Got a lot of practice in at Ebisu for the first few days in country, and here he is coming around. Looks like he had some power steering issues yesterday, but look at that, ripping around outer zone 1. Nice job coming around with the switch to outer zone 2. Nice. Coming around through this inside clip. Can he carry it all the way through? Could have been a little bit deeper through that outer zone 3, but I must say that outer zone 1 to outer zone 2, he did a phenomenal job filling those zones.
So I would have to say, I don't know if that was the way he reconnected with the drivetrain or something like that. I'm not sure. Then right when he got on, it looked like the car wanted to surge and lose a little bit of angle going to the inside clip slightly, but it looks like he did a good job. Got a little shallowed up at outside zone 3. Let's go ahead and check out the drone view. Overall, nice flick. I like how he did that. Then right there, I'm not going to say it's a mistake. It's something that the car reacted to the way he was driving, but I would have to say he cleaned it up pretty good towards the end at the outside zone 3. Let's go ahead and check this out one more time from the chase right there. But you know, like, it's crazy when you see it in different angles, it looks different as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd have to say overall that was a great job by Nian.
We'll see what the judges, but yeah, like I said, yesterday during practice, the 2-hour private session, he struggled throughout the course dealing with steering issues and couldn't lay down a solid run. So to see him come from that to this, you could see how he's gonna plug them together and slowly get that second half of the track. So him coming in, there you go, 87 right there. Lead right now for our qualifying right now in the last series.
And you know what? That was really that's a combination of two things where we were talking about the line where you can be shallow and make it all the way to the outside. You still get a good line score, but with angle, you know, it's harder and also it looks better, and then the flick will be easier going from outside zone 1 to 2.
And here you go, Yasuhiro Takaki in his T-square with good ride, tack in BMW Z4. So this is his debuting of this vehicle right here.
Tack with a VQ turbo.
Man.
Yep.
So let's see how he's gonna perform debuting this. Coming around here. Ooh, not quite able to get into that zone right there. Short change that one right there. Can he hold on? Oh, straightening, huge straightening right there and washing out in that outer zone 3. It looks like he's really trying to get a little bit of better understanding on that chassis, because before this, you know, it's a totally different platform, because before this he was in an S chassis.
With an SR.
Yeah, so here he is, different power plant and then different setup in wheelbase and everything.
So I think he was one of the drivers that didn't join the practice from yesterday, and I'd have to say maybe he needed it because, you know, they probably wanted to dial the car in a little bit, but, you know, hopefully he can get that all squared away for the second run, and maybe there is, like, you know, some kind of discomfort, you know, in the car because it is a brand new build, and I'm pretty sure they're not able to test it that much. So good luck to him on his second run.
Coming up to the line is number 448, Yoshia Esaki in his Origin Labo Racing S15. And this one right here is probably our lowest horsepower car in the series.
Yeah.
Got an SR under the hood, probably a little over 400 horsepower.
Yeah.
But I must say, he drives it like he has 700.
Yeah, he drives it like he stole it. So
you have to at that point.
And I think I can only guess how much air pressure he has in the rear tires, because I remember a long time ago when I drove here in my 500 horsepower car, I had about 7 bars.
Here he is coming around. Let's see how he's going to perform for his first qualified run. Looks like he was a little shallow there through outer zone 1. Able to get a little bit out there for outer zone 2, but can he hold on to it? Nope, unable to hold on there through the transition from outer zone 2 to that inside clip.
See, so the hard part about the balance of having a lot of grip and not having a lot of grip, I would have to say he doesn't have the horsepower to spin the tires with a lot of grip, so he has to loosen the car a little bit. Now, when he's in a situation like this, leaving outside zone 2, the car would want to over-rotate and doesn't want to hold, so he needs to find a way to have more sideways side bite on the tires. But yeah, that's the downfall of not having horsepower, because you can't just light those tires up even if they're grippy.
Exactly, especially for that long transition you got from outer zone 2, trying to make it all the way out to outer zone 3. But coming up to the line now, you have number 86, Kenichi Takashima in his Team Ito Auto Ken with Hirano tire with good ride in the JZX 100 Chaser. Got the anime livery going.
Yeah, so he's another driver that moved up from FPJ2 last year into the series.
So we'll see how he's going to do on his first qualifier run. Can he make it into the top 32 for tomorrow's tandem battle? Here he is coming around to outer zone 1. Not bad through that outer zone 1. Nice hard flick there through outer zone 2. Looks like he was a little bit deep and fell out on that inside clip, but able to hold strong through that outer zone 3.
All right, it's very smooth, clean. I like the flick, and he does get on throttle. He gets a little hesitant on the throttle around the inside clip area, but I would have to say very smooth run, and I like the way he did approach outside zone 2. So clean run by Takashima. Now talking about, you know, the other, I'm always talking about the style part of it. But looking at everything else, I'd have to say it's going to come out to be a pretty good score, maybe.
So we'll see what the judges have. There you go. Yoichi Mimura, Tom Saiba talking to the crowd, and then myself right here. Got a lot of talking to do today. Got a lot of qualifiers, a lot of cars. So luckily it's beautiful out. Can't complain about the weather. Very happy that it's nice out, keeping us wide awake and alive. And there you go, 82 for his first qualifier run for Takashima. Ready to go at the line is going to be 808. Manabu Fujinaka in his Awa Tire Japan Environmental Development Racing RX-7 FD3S. 3-rotor power right here. He's about to be screaming down this strip to make it happen. So hopefully he can hold on to it. We'll see his son go shortly after him. But let's see if they both can solidify a spot in the top 32. And here he is coming around, approaching this 3-2-1. And here he is. Looks like he wasn't able to get all the way out to both zones right there. And looks like he's washing out just a little bit through that outer or inside clip. And yeah, looks like he couldn't find the right gear to get to that outer zone 3.
That's gonna be an incomplete, yeah.
It's a harsh incomplete right there. And here's the replay coming around. You can see through that 3-2-1. Unable to carry it all the way out to that zone, both in outer zones 1 and 2. And you can see him trying to adjust himself because he was already washing out through that inside clip. And then from there, he just couldn't find the right gear to get in to make it happen. So unfortunately, that's an incomplete for Fujinaka. And there's the official score right there. And it looks like the next 3 cars coming up are going to be Team Kazama with power vehicles. So they're coming in hot, stacked, I think 7 cars deep. And first up right here is going to be Roy Okabe and his, like I said, Team Kazama with power vehicles JZX 100 Mark II. Kazama Auto specializing in a lot of different chassis, but definitely the JZX 100 chassis. Rolling in real deep with all these drivers, partnering up with power vehicles being out in the Ebisu area. A lot of the foreigners are starting to get back in the country since the country's open and enjoying the life of drifting and Japanese drifting. And here he is coming around early on right there, flicking hard before the 3-2-1. Able to carry it through here, coming into outer zone 1. Nice job through outer zone 1. The transition back, filling that zone.
Ooh, nice.
Nice. Overall coming around. Can he carry it through the finish right here? Little shallow in outer zone 3, but I must say that first part of the track, he definitely has it down. And man, this is a step up for Okabe.
Yeah, I'd have to say very committed, a lot of throttle. Look at this. And no hesitation, full angle, right on throttle. And I mean, yeah, very, very clean. I'd have to say that was a...
There you go, coming around, and this is the second half. He's going to have to clean up. So obviously he didn't get all the way out to the zone, so whenever he sees this replay, he's going to understand how deep he needs to get into that zone, because like I said, the transition or the carry through from that inside clip to that outer zone 3 is a struggle for some of these drivers, because that's a lot of momentum you got to carry to make it all the way out to that outer zone 3. And there you go, you can see some of the spectators out here, and then the chariot for myself and Robbie, the beautiful Tundra right there in the corner.
I drive that car more than any other car that I own.
I know. I would say that's the longest owned car you had, but you don't really own it, but you almost do.
I'm the only one who pretty much drives it. There you go.
Woo! Our first 90-point run, 92 for Okabe. And like I said, Okabe doesn't do it like this all the time. It looks like he's being in a lot more practice. And I must say, he did go to the last round in FDUS. So maybe it gave him a realization.
Yeah, exactly. He came to watch FDUSA.
So maybe it gave him a realization. Yep.
Yeah, maybe, he got inspiration or something like that. So let's go ahead and see if he could follow that 92-point run. This is Andrew Gray, the 4-time champion, right?
Yes, number 100 with the Team Kazama with power vehicles and the Lexus RC 2J powered. They got 2 Lexus RCs for the team. Here he is. Ray has missed a few of the rounds, but let's see how he's going to do and make his mark and see if he can get a podium. Look at that. Real hot right there. Dipping a tire, but man, look at that show he is giving. Throwing some stuff in there. Inside, deep in that, look at that inside clip, hugging it tight, filling that outer zone 3. And I must say, the small mistake he made at the beginning in outer zone 1, man, it almost squashes it for the rest of the track, what he threw down the rest of the way.
You know what? That was almost eat this, Okabe.
I know. Yeah. We're gonna
Dude, that
see
was
how
very
it goes.
like. Look at this. Look at how much angle he's throwing, and he's just like boom, switchback. He does a transition in a very good position, and that puts him in the right line going into the inside clip and angle and all the throttle. Look at that. You can see the inside clip. There may be, you know, I think there was, I don't know if that was a tire dip or what, because I'm not concentrating on the line part of it, but yeah, so there you go. Like Ryan Sage just said, outside zone 1 is the only place. There you go, 93 points.
You were right. He did step it up and said, Okabe, you know, settle down. I got this.
Yeah, so the only area that he missed was outside zone 3. Great job. So now another Moti's, is he going to get a 94 now?
No pressure here by Takumi Sato. Let's see how he's going to do in his JZX 100 Chaser. Another Team Kazama with power vehicles. And man, Team Kazama and power vehicles definitely
They're coming in hard. Yeah. They're not playing.
They got their foreign drivers here, and then here they are with the rest of the drivers coming around here. Sato into outer zone 1, not quite able to fill outer zone 1, but let's see how he's going to do the rest of the track. Playing it a little safe there. Trying to find himself. And had to leave outer zone 3 real early.
I hear his car popping and stuff, so there might be like some kind of issue. That could have been, I don't know if it started from where he left, but right here too. Looks like he was struggling to get out to outside zone 1, and after the outside zone 2 area, when he was off throttle right here.
Yeah.
Looked like he was struggling to get back on throttle.
It looks like he was trying to carry it, and he didn't want to get on it too fast because he thought he was going to dive into that inside clip.
It sounded like it was sputtering, so I think he was trying, but the car wouldn't.
Oh, it was
car
cutting
wouldn't
on
keep
him?
it. Yeah, it was cutting off on him, and he had to take a smaller line there too.
So probably not the solid 90-point run that his counterparts did, his teammates.
Oh yeah.
But let's see what he has for his first score for his first qualify run. And, you know, he probably already understands what he has to do because, you know, the whole issue he had with his vehicle just now on what he has to make up for his second qualify run.
Yeah, but, you know, like I said, it's everybody's game here, you know, because it's very wide open.
There you go, 68 for his first qualify run for Sato.
It's very wide open. If you have the right amount of grip and power and everything and take the good line here, you know, like you see, I think Okabe and Andrew Gray's car, there's probably like a couple hundred horsepower difference, but you could still get something similar by running the right line.
Next at the line is number 963, Daichi Mizutani and the Mizutani Motors Mariosa Racing S15.
Mariosa Racing. It's okay. That's
still make mistakes.
I'm Jay, so of course I could be.
English. Here he is coming around outer zone 1 with a silence, ripping into this inside clip. Nice drop to the inside clip transition. Ooh, looks like he dipped 2 tires there.
That was almost 3.
Yeah, it was looking good, but it looks like he came a little too hot into that outer zone 3.
Well, right here, I'm just, you know, imaging how the car went, where it looks like there was a little bit too much grip than the power of the car, where he couldn't make it all the way to the outside zone 1, shoots in a little with a smaller or shallower angle going to outside zone 2, which builds a lot of speed going to the inside clip. Then he tries to get back on throttle. You know, what he's trying to do, I get, but the car is not answering and doing what he wants to right here.
And like you've said from day one, is when you have a bad line from the start, it kind of messes the rest of your run up. And you can see right here how outer zone 1 he struggled, tried to make up for it through outer zone 2.
All right, let's go ahead and check this. Yeah. You know what? Actually, that was this is going to be a close one, but we're going to have to make a call on this one because the outside zone 3, looking at the replays, he's going to have to get an incomplete for the outside zone 3 area. That was 3 tires off, and he was pretty much like right on the outside of the line. And even though, let's say that was 2.5 tires or 3 tires, it's still good enough to kind of screw with the chase car. And what we have to do, we have to see a clean run for the lead car to give a fair chance for the chase car to give chase. So that will be an unchaseable lead, similar to an unchaseable lead where the lead car is going to go ahead and guide the chase car going off course, and that's not what we want to see.
But what I want to see is how Yuta Komatsu is going to do in his Komatsu Racing Lexus IS. Yesterday's practice, he did a pretty solid job, filling the zones and bringing out the aggression, because it looks like he's been hesitating all year, but slowly getting out of that shell. But let's see how he's going to do here for the last round. And look at that right there, hard angle coming into that outer zone 1. Nice. Coming around with the switchback, filling outer zone 2. Oh, coming real aggressive there. Not able to get to that inside clip, but man, trying to give a show for the crowd.
That was a lot of commitment, and I would have to give him that, but at the same time, not fluid enough. It was not clean. He had to wait to get back on throttle, and there was a lot of wavering there in that area. So that was a good try, though. If he would have landed that, and if the line was right and correct, that angle, that's a killer angle, but I would have to say that's a little bit too much where he over-rotated himself.
Oh, yeah, for sure. For being a chaseable run, that does make it hard, but, man, it's nice to see them 90 degrees like that. And here's the overview. You can see right there, flicking back around, 90 degrees right there, coming in that inside clip. But like Robbie said, washed out, was able to not make it into that inside clip, and then affecting the rest of his run.
Yeah, so the commitment is there, but everything else, not so much. And I would have to say the line judge, Ryan Sage, was just explained to me too, where he pretty much zeroed out at the inside clip because he totally missed it. That's going to hurt his score because everywhere else looked like it was okay. Now it was a very extreme run where the cool part was really cool, but the bad part was really, really bad.
Exactly. There you go, 76 for his first qualify run. A lot of room to make up with line.
Yeah, so, if he dialed it down a little bit at the outside zone 2, going to the inside clip, I think it's going to be a pretty good run. Man. Talking about exciting runs right here, let's go ahead and check out this next driver. This car is back.
Exactly.
It went to Goodwood in Europe for the event, and now it's back because he's usually in the R35 GTR, and now he's back in the S15 chassis.
Brushing the dust off, resurrecting the car. Here he is, Tetsuya Hibino in the Liberty Walk Racing S15, 4-rotor, twin-turbo, insane build. And I got to say, I really love seeing him drive this car because, man, he drives...
Throws it around like this. Yeah, exactly.
And here he is coming around. He's about to come scream right in front of the judges stand. Here he is, ripping into that outer zone 1. Nice job through outer zone 1, flicking it back around to this outer zone 2. Look at that smoke trail, ripping through that 4-rotor twin turbo through outer zone 3 in the finish. And man,
that was a very clean run, but I would have to say, I'm not sure if it's down on power or... I'm just trying to listen to the car and, just see, but he doesn't make it all the way out to the outside zone 1, but he does a good job everywhere else. Flicks the car really nice, a lot of angle, and gets right back on throttle. But right there, he does almost go 3 tires off.
Just saved himself right there through outer zone 3. But I got to say, he's probably going to come back with some fire because he usually does some hard transitions. And it looks like he kind of took it easy leaving outer zone 1, transitioning to that outer zone 2. But there you go, his fan base, Liberty Walk, making a statement right there.
Yeah, so there's a deduction towards the end of the track, too, by the line judge. But he still gets an 85. So just imagine if the bits and pieces lined up, he'd be in the 90s club.
85 is real solid right there. Next at the line is going to be number 19, Yuchi Amagai, and his Good Ride Motorsports with Perfect Style BLS S15.
Amagai, another wild driver, but it doesn't seem like he's been wild this past season. Yeah, I'd like to see the old him where he was just, on it, where it was very exciting to see. Edge of the chair. You got to sit on the edge of the chair to watch him drive because it's that exciting. So let's see if he got the old Amagai back and see how he's going to do here at Fuji.
He is ripping around, approaching the 3-2-1 now. like Robbie said, we talked to him a little bit. Look at that right there, clearing outer zone 1.
Boom.
Not able to get all the way out to outer zone 2. Oh, looks like he's washing out just a little bit right there. Oh, and I believe, woo, and it just washing out and not able to make it into that outer zone 3.
So here's a hint to the track. I think depending on how you treat outside zone 1, if you treat outside zone 1 with less angle, the car's building more speed going to outside zone 3. And pretty much when you flick the car at outside zone 2, outside zone 2. So going from outside zone 1 to 2, if you're catching too much speed and you flick the car, it washes you out. When it washes you out, you can't make inside clip.
There's the official incomplete for him.
If you don't make that flick in perfect transition, you're gonna wash out the outside. Oh, there you go. There's your family. That's actually Kenny's wife and her family here visiting.
And my family. Yes, that's my wife and her parents right there. Thank you for them showing up. This is the first event that my family actually came out to, so it's pretty exciting. This would be my last show, but maybe it might go on. But here we are next at the line from day 1.
No, this is not Fukada. Fukada is actually skipping his first run, and it's supposed to be Ryutaro Oe.
But here you are, I explained it earlier. This is Fujinaka's son right here, Ryotaro Oe in the Awa Tire Japan Environment Development Racing S15, moving up from J2 and definitely laying a mark. And almost laying a mark on me because he definitely almost hit me at that last 2 rounds ago.
But I'd have to say, when he was at Ebisu, he did mess up the last turn. That was almost a perfect run. So he's got it.
A lot of potential, yes.
He just has to put it together.
Still a very young driver too. Here he is coming into outer zone 1, and look at that, not able to get that outer zone 1, but you can see how much angle he's carrying through that outer zone 1. He just needs to be able to carry that momentum all the way out to that zone. It looks like that's the overall struggle he had right there on that run, is not able to get to outer zone 3. Inside clip could have been a little bit closer, and overall, you know, the zones is what he missed. I mean, he threw a solid, you know, smoky, interesting, you know, run, but he didn't hit the zones like he needed to. Not a chaseable run.
And also missing the zones, it makes him hesitant, where he kind of overshoots it here, so he couldn't get back on throttle as quickly, and he was trying to work his way going to the outside zone 3, but that didn't work at all. So I'd have to say that was a huge mistake he made from the get-go, where he couldn't make it out to the outside zone 1.
Man, I must say, watching this replay, I love you guys. I just went back into the chat. Thank you. I appreciate y'all, you know, the love and support you guys have given me through these last 3 seasons for sure. But here's an overview right here of Oe. I'm not going to take any credit away from him, because we'll see what he's going to do and what he's going to take from this run right here and how he's going to improve.
I really like the way he approached outside zone 2 to inside clip 1. If he could make the line tighter, and if he was able to make it smoother after the outside zone 2, it would have been better, but he was hesitant. But, you know, this young driver should be learning fast. Hopefully he can 70. Come back stronger for his second run.
Oh, for sure. He has a lot that he can improve on that.
So are you leaving us after this event? Because that's what you made it sound like.
No, but like I said, you know, to be continued. Possibly I will be here for next partially of next season. So most of y'all don't know, I'm actually projected to leave in the August timeframe of next year.
Yeah, because thank you to the U.S. Air Force.
No,
don't you dare leave! Don't you dare leave!
Yeah, you can't leave. Yeah, don't take our Kenny away.
Yeah,
hey, you never know. They might fly you back every round. You never know.
Yeah. But yeah, unfortunately, yeah, my day job is active duty military, so I'm due to leave in August. I've enjoyed these last 3 seasons, and watching these drivers like Monkey Ito right here, we're gonna see how he's gonna perform on his first qualify run. And you know, the fan base out there watching the live chat, watching you guys give your appreciation to me as much as I appreciate you all watching us.
So here we go. Ito is going to lay down his first run. Let's see how he is going to do compared to the driver number 15.
He's with the Team Hirano tire coming around to this outer zone 1. Like I said before, it looks like it's being a trend here. Not able to fill that zone. And look at that hard angle through that inside clip. Coming around to that outer zone 3. Probably not the most chaseable run, but I must say that was very exciting to see him rotate that car all the way around, save it, and carry it through that inside clip.
Yeah, the commitment, the flick, I love it. But after that, everything kind of falls apart because he does throw a little bit too much angle, a little hesitant on throttle. And speaking of the other side of it, the angle, I like that right there, but a little bit too much going to the inside clip. He does miss it. He does dip tires at the outside zone 3. So I'd have to say exciting to watch, but not going to be a super high score.
There you go. You see the over. Look at that rotation. Past 90 on the rotation right there. And like I said, at the end of the day, these judges are really looking at filling the zones and everything. But at the end of the day, it has to be a chaseable run for tomorrow's tandem battle. So we'll see. Definitely very exciting. Got some fan base. Tomorrow should be a pretty stacked crowd out here for the tandem battles because it is a work week for a lot of people here. It's Friday, so probably not getting the most out of it, but tomorrow's Saturday. There you go, 78 for his first qualify run. And we're about halfway through our first round of qualifying for these drivers. And the next driver that should be at the line, ready to go, is going to be another big team out here representing number 770, Yoshitatsu Kaneda in his Team Cusco Racing GR86, moving up from FDJ2 last year and trying to make his mark here, partnering with his other teammate that was in the A90, Kusaba, both rocking GR86s this year. So let's see how he's going to perform. And I told them both, I got them confused during practice yesterday because they were both running pretty much the same run.
Yeah, the cars look very similar, both very exciting drivers. Now let's see if you guys can see the difference between these two cars. But here we go.
There he is coming around to outer zone 2. Nice job filling outer zone 2. Ripping into that inside clip. Nice job through that inside clip and outer zone 3. But it looks like that outer zone 1, I got to take a view again of that. I missed a glimpse of it.
Yeah, outside zone 1. The outside zone 1 and the build-up at outside zone 1, I would have to say doesn't seem enough for the style part of it. Also doesn't make it all the way to the outside zone. Then after he makes the transition, he had to pause and wait for the car to settle to get back on throttle. So we want to see, you know, pretty much we want to see pedal to the metal from the start to the end.
Exactly. He was able to clean it up right there. See, nice job through that inside clip and dragging it all the way out to the outer zone 3. But yeah, he has to clean it up at that inside or outer zone 1.
Yeah, but a very exciting driver, like you said, runner-up of FDJ2. So he's got the abilities to do it and to make it out here in Formula Drift Japan. Let's see what his first run is going to come out to be. And speaking of which, GR86s, we had the opportunity, 80 points. We had the opportunity like a couple of days ago or like a week ago, we were able to drive the Kazama Auto GR86, and it was stock, just an angle kit. But man, I would have to say that is a really nice car.
And I gotta say, I can't believe he trusted me to drive it. But no, it did. But it has the electric steering, which most of y'all already know. Which, if you know drifting, then you kind of know the difference in it and how the feedback isn't the same. But here we go, Ikuo Saito, number 73, ready to go with a Motis Good Ride West Auto JZX 100 Chaser. So let's see how Saito is gonna do. Getting us at the crest of the halfway point of the drivers. Here he is coming around to the 3-2-1 into outer zone 1. Filling that zone right there, switching back to outer zone 2, filling outer zone 2. Just able to hold on, could be a little tighter in that inside clip and grazing the back end of that rumble strip through that outer zone 3.
So another car, I would have to say, not gripped up as much. So the transition doesn't look as quick as some of the vehicles that we've seen before, but I would have to say that it's very clean, very smooth run. Now, line-wise, there's a few areas where he did, like let's say the inside clip and whatnot, but I would have to say the very clean run by Saito.
So we'll see. Looks like the scores are all around the books right now for the fans. It's like low 90s. We'll see what he's going to get. As we build ourselves up to the final first qualify drivers, the runs get more and more interesting. And there you go, 81. Because the build up here, they kind of move it from bottom to top for when it comes to qualifying.
Yeah.
So it gets spicier and spicier throughout this list.
Hey, but we already had a couple of 90s
I know.
already, so.
And right here, another Team Kazama with Power Vehicles car or driver, Koji Nagase, number 75 in the JZX 100 Chaser. Another one moving up from FDJ2, making his mark in the Pro Series.
Yeah, because it's really tough. I mean, you know, car builds and budgets, and there's so much, you know, difference between, you know, coming from FDJ2 to Formula Drift Japan. But he is, you know, trying to make his mark here.
Yeah, and he's kind of in the middle of the pack, but he's definitely done not too bad of a job moving from the J2 series. Here he is, not able to fill outer zone 1, and outer zone 2 could have been a little bit more cleaned up. Looks like he had a little bit of a hesitation correction right there through that inside clip to make it to that outer zone 3. So we'll see what the judges have for Nagase.
So very safe run by Nagase. Because, you know, I think similar to a lot of the other drivers where it's lacking in power and a little bit of grip, where you got to wait for the car to settle and can't get back on throttle as early as some of the other drivers too. But at the same time, it looks like Nagase kind of misses outside zone 1 completely. And right here, as you can see the smoke trail compared to some of the other cars, you know,
the commitment level.
Yeah, exactly. You know, some of the cars already have smoke coming from all the way outside zone 2 to the inside clip, where if there's nothing there, that means they're not on throttle.
So let's see the final score for him, or not final score, but the first score for his first qualify run. So let's see what Koji Nagase is going to get here. There you go, 72. A lot of room. Not sure what the the safe zone is for the first qualify session that we're having here, but ready to go at the line is going to be number 125 Yoshichika Tamagawa in his Car Guy Racing JZA80 Supra.
Another wild driver here. Tamagawa always gives us a treat to watch.
And we always talk. I mean, I gotta bring it up. That Supra was free.
Hey, somebody gives me, if you don't mind, you know, you can give me a free Supra, I'll take it.
Here you go, here he is right here, coming up to the 3-2-1. Nice job. Oh, looks like he might have dipped a tire, coming back around, transitioning to that outer zone 2. But yeah, definitely cleaning his run up, coming around this outer zone 3, and just staying right on that edge of that rumble strip.
So, I was imaging something a little different, where the way he was coming into the outside zone 1, I thought the flick was going to be a lot harder going into outside zone 2, but it really wasn't. Right here, it's slightly hesitant compared to a lot of the other drivers. But I would have to say the smoothness and the fluidity of the run was there. But commitment, there's a lot of throttle, but at the same time, not a hard flick right here either. It's just very smooth.
Yeah, very safe.
Yeah.
Overall, but there you are, able to fill most of the zones there. Like I said from the start, outer zone 1 looks like he probably dipped he's right on the edge of that rumble strip.
And this is something that I brought up as the style judge at the drivers meeting this morning, is a huge part of this score is going to be obviously the smoothness from the whole track, but at the same time from outside zone 1 to 2, the key is there where the car is flicking. You have to flick the car really hard, going from 90-degree to 90-degree angle, then getting on throttle as soon as possible before you approach inside clip 1.
85 for his first qualify run.
Yeah, so if he was able to do that, I mean, that's like another couple more points. He'd be in the 90-point club as well.
He's got to throw a little bit more dynamic and style in there for the judges. He had some points, a major loss of points there. But next at the line, ready to go, is number 218 Konosuke Fujimoto in his D-Dash Racing S15. Still powered by an SR. It's a VE. Let's see how he's going to do here. Gnarly sounding car. Coming around up to the 3-2-1 here. nice smoke trail, ripping around to that outer zone 1, filling outer zone 1, flicking back around to outer zone 2, approaching the inside clip there. Could have been a little tighter on that inside clip, but able to make it to that outer zone 3. Man, the commitment level all the way through that track was pretty nice on his part.
Yeah, that was a very clean run by Fujimoto. A little bit of hesitation around the inside clip 2 area. I think he was, clutch kicking or doing something to get the car going again. But that area made it a little bit less smoother. But everywhere else, it looked pretty amazing. Very clean run by Fujimoto. And I'm guessing, this car probably makes like 500,
oh yeah,
maybe 600 at the most.
Yeah, I was just talking to some of the FD guys that came out here, and I'm like, it's crazy to see SRs still competing at this level, and they're like, yeah. I was like, but they definitely drive these cars like they have a lot more power than they actually are packing.
Oh yeah, there must be an on-off switch for the throttle body there, because they're like on it all the time, and then they drove it. Oh, they drive it really, really hard.
Boom, 84. And yeah, a lot of the fans out here were talking about that, the SR situation.
Yeah, because there are still a good grip of SR cars, SR-powered cars in FD Japan, which makes it very interesting, because I think the only 4-cylinder car in the U.S. is probably driven by Ryan Turk in the Toyota Corolla.
So next at the line is going to be number 5, Tomoki Tanaka in this V-Style Good Ride with Tetsuji JZX 100 Chaser.
Another wild driver. It's a hit or miss for him all the time. Let's see if it's going to be the hit for him this time.
Nice job coming around outer zone 1. Unable to get all the way out there, but man, look at that throttle he's going. Look at the hard angle coming in that inside clip, adjusting a little bit to correct himself to make it to outer zone 3, dipping 2 tires right there through outer zone 3. But you saw him leaving outer zone 1. He just got right back on it, flicked it back around, and man, the rotation he had on that car.
Yeah, definitely a lot of commitment, but also a huge mistake and error that he made as well. A little bit too much angle, over rotating, and having to wait to get back on throttle. So there's a big, how can I say it, argument usually with the, reverse entries and other stuff. But yes, I think it looks cool. I do. But to be honest, when we're talking, we want the car to be on throttle. A lot of the times when they're doing a reverse entry, they have to let off and wait for the car to settle, then get back on throttle.
Yeah.
So that time, that actually goes against from what we're talking about on throttle. And also, doing a tandem, trying to chase a car that's going over 90 degrees is going to be a little bit harder to get close tandems. So
73 for Tanaka's first qualify run. We're down to, I believe somebody was asking, we're down to 22 more drivers for this first run of qualify.
Yeah, and it's only going to get better because these are the guys that are ranking higher, so they're bringing their A game here today for the qualify. Another driver here that's exciting to see is car number 24, Takatoshi Imamaeda.
Right here with a 5X tire. Navigate Penske KRC MJC S14. Very aggressive, very wild driver. Let's see how he's going to do here. High speed track coming around outer zone 1. Flicking back around here through that outer zone 2. Let's see how close he's going to get into this inside clip. Hugging the inside clip right there. Ripping back around, but unable to get all the way out to that outer zone 3.
Yeah, this is the hard part where when you're on throttle too early, you can't wash yourself out to the outside zone 3. But everything else other than that, I would, speaking from, style point of view, a lot of throttle, very exciting to see, a lot of angle, a good enough flick. He kind of adjusts the angle where he gains a little angle after he passes the outside zone 2. But other than that, a very clean run by Imamaeda. Very exciting to see.
Yeah, overall, but he has to clean this last portion up right here. You can see how he wasn't able to make it all the way up to the outer zone 3, but very aggressive from the start. Like I said, this is a very high-speed course for these guys. And you know, the elevation change for this track isn't too crazy like we've seen at the other tracks all year round. And I know a lot of these drivers are very excited to drive this track because how high speed it is and how fun it is transitioning back and forth through these zones.
Ooh,
There you go,
86.
86.
Yeah, speaking of which, you know, I had an opportunity to drive the track yesterday too. Yeah, I was able to drive a very different car that used to compete in FD Japan a while back. You know, the car wasn't 100%, so I wasn't able to make, you know, clean laps. But being able to get in a car and driving a track like this was really, it was really fun.
Heck yeah. Next up is number 58, Kazuhiro Kubo in the vacancy with weld Cockpit Kobe 180SX. And here he is coming through the chicane. And yeah, like Robbie said, he got to drive a car and competed back in 2019. You know, unfortunately, he got the dust off his suit, but wasn't able to get the dust off the car, and kind of had mechanical issues. Look at that, ooh, dipping 2 tires there through outer zone 1. Not able to get all the way out to outer zone 2, so awful overall. Has to clean this run up a lot more for his second qualify run.
Yeah, that was very sloppy. It started off sloppy and it ended sloppy as well. He wasn't able to get his run together the way he should have. Yeah, right there. Yeah, there's a huge
right
correction. Tire off right there. Steering in. Looks like he was understeering. And yeah, very shallow coming off the outside zone 3 too. So not going to expect too much from that run.
But yeah, like Robbie was saying, he got to drive an Audi yesterday. It's V8 powered. It sounded amazing on the track, but unfortunately, I think it had steering issues and a few electrical issues, so he's losing power on course. But, you know, it was funny to see him, you know, back in his old race suit. It still fits. You know, he's not typical, most typical retirees that gain all that weight. He was able to fit back in his suit. A little snug, but it fit.
There you go. Look at that trail. Do you see that trail? I think that's a trail coming down from the hill on Mount Fuji. But here you go.
65.
Kubo got a 65, and, you know, that was probably self-explanatory. If you saw that run, a little sloppy, hopefully Kubo could make a cleaner run for the second run.
But I think you're right.
That
is the
That's
downhill.
the downhill from when you're climbing Mount Fuji. Man, it's a hike. If you ever come to Japan, try it out, because I don't want to do it again.
Try it out as in just go to 5th station, because you could drive there.
I like that.
Next right there, you got number 888, Kenji Yamada, Jamakan with the Ladada Club Racing S15. This is also SR powered too, so a lot of y'all fans out there.
Recently he was on the podium.
He was, so we'll see how he's going to do this time around. Coming around to outer zone 1. Looks like he could have filled that zone a little bit more, dipping a tire right there, rotating. Can he hold that rotation? And kind of had to adjust himself through that inside clip to reach out to outer zone 3.
Yeah, so again, hesitation because of the over-rotation and not being able to get back on throttle. That's going to hurt him for the style side of things. And right here, the flick was very compact, but he had to he added angle as he was going through outside zone 2. Tires off at outside zone 3. A little sloppy by Yamada.
Yeah, from the start it got sloppy, but, you know, he definitely threw something down, but I must say all the zones, there's a lot of tweaking he has to do between able to get all the way out to outer zone 1. You know, he dipped the tire here through outer zone 2, and then you can watch here, he wasn't quite deep enough into that inside clip and not making it, or dipping a tire here through that outer zone 3.
Man, and thank you to the drone team for giving us this exciting.
The bird's eye view,
yeah,
for sure. The bird's eye view and that chase.
This type of technology, thank you.
It is giving us a taste of what it's going to be like tomorrow whenever it's a smoke show for the lead driver, and then that chase has to follow that.
Being able to talk to my friends in the U.S. real time and not costing $500, thank you. If you live
74.
If I remember, I had to wait till like 3 in the morning or something like that to call my grandparents in the States a long time ago because the phone bill was so crazy.
Oh yeah.
We don't even have to do that. We don't even think about it. We just call anybody anytime we want.
Here you are, a Team Droopy car coming all the way from Hiroshima to Toyota. You have Junya Ishikawa in his brand new GR86 powered by a 1GR. See how he's going to do here on his first qualify run. I didn't get to see too much of how he did during practice. But here he's flicking back around. Once again, the zones need to be filled there. Lacking in the filling of the zones. But finishing strong there through outer zone 3.
All right, so that was a lot of throttle throughout the track. Let's go ahead and see. I want to see how long the pause was going from outside zone 2 because the flick was nice. Doesn't make it all the way to outside zone 1, but right there, nice flick. It looks like he was kicking it a few times, approaching the inside clip 1.
Yeah, you could hear him like clutch kicking the car, making it stay in drift right there. So we'll see what the judges have. I see y'all out there, high 70s, low 80s for the scores. Let's see how they're gonna do here. But yeah, back to the GR86 we were talking about earlier. Myself and Robbie got to drive the Kazama Auto one. He put his own angled kit twist to it and brakes, wheels, that's about it. And the driving conditions was awesome. And the mentality behind Mr. Kazama was more people have to experience it. Bam, 81 for his first qualify run. But more people have to experience this car and understand, you know, the easy application of an angle kit and what it can perform.
Yeah, so as you can see, his line score was a little off because of the outside zone 1. He did miss it by a huge amount. Let's see if he can clean that up for a second run. Now, let's go ahead and check out this 13-year-old. I saw his name on the prospect list for the FPUSA, so I'm kind of excited about that. But
let's see how Hiroya Minoa is going to do on his first qualified run in the Team Cusco Racing GR Yaris. Coming around. Another one that went to the U.S. to Irwindale, filling outer zone 1. He has to get deep in that zone because he has no overhang with that bumper, swinging around to that outer zone 3. And you can see how he left outer zone 2 and washed out I would say just a little bit, washed out from that inside clip, but able to carry it through to that outer zone 3.
Man, yeah, he got washed out a little bit after the flick, but that was really nice. That was
aggressive.
a very ballsy move there because right here, the flick, look at that. If that was a little earlier and there wasn't that correction going to the inside clip, that was beautiful. But he did have to settle for something less. I would have to give him the commitment level because he was really committed. But everything else, not as fluid as it should be.
Yeah, that's wild. 13 years old.
Yo, that's what the sim does.
I know. He does a lot of sim. If you're not following him on social media, Instagram, stuff like that, look him up, Hiroya Minoa. Definitely, he's doing a lot of sim. And, you know, he's very open to drive with people on the sim, too, because there's a lot of people out there that race with him. So go check him out. Give him some love. And, man.
Yeah, you know what? That's actually cool, though. If you're able to get with these drivers, you can actually drive online with the with a pro driver, yeah, on the sim. So that would be pretty awesome to be able to interact with these drivers, you know, on the digital side of the world.
Yeah, and it's going to be very exciting seeing him next year go to Prospect and show what his skills are and what he has to give to the drift community. There you go, 78 for his first qualify run.
Yeah, so that was exciting, but also did make big mistakes. Let's see if he could clean that up for the second run, but I would have to say the excitement level was right there.
Next, right there, ready to go is number 7, Junji Yamamoto in his 5X2JZ FE3S. Ready to rip. We'll see how he's going to do. He is one that throws hard angle every time, full walking his car out.
Yeah, it looks like he was really liking the car at OP.
He did a few adjustments, and here he is coming around to outer zone 1. Not quite able to get all the way out to outer zone 1. But nice job through that inside clip, reaching out to outer zone 3. Could have been a little deeper through that outer zone 3, but I must say, you know, that's not the norm. I usually see him throw harder flicks and stuff like that. So
yeah, I think it didn't start off clean as he was expecting, because right here after he started initiating, as you can see, there's a big wobble right there at inside clip, and that could kind of throw him off on what he was trying to do. A little bit of a pause leaving outside zone 2, but he does a good job staying on throttle from the beginning of inside clip all the way to the outside zone 3. So there was a lot of goods and bads in that run that we just saw. Let's see what he's going to get at first total.
you can see right there, hugging that inside clip and able to make it all the way to the outer zone 3. Once again, another replay. The chase going to be a hard struggle because the sun, it shines right off of Fuji, and it's going to blind a lot of these drivers tomorrow in the smoke trail. So we'll see. Looks like the judges' scores are in. Let's see what the official call is for Yamamoto's first qualify run. There you go, 81.
81 by Yamamoto. I think the wavering and tightening up the line would change the score for a second. So let's see what he can do for the second run. And now right here,
a fan favorite right here, 555 Yukio Fausto, representing Brazil. Look at the beautiful colors that pop off that car. The Liberty Walk kit right there. Side X Japan with Liberty Walk S15. Let's see how he's gonna rip. He is all about giving a show for these fans. So let's see how he's gonna do here today on his first qualifying run. And there he is, ripping around to that outer zone 1. Not quite deep enough into that zone, but look at that hard flick coming around to that inside clip. Making an adjustment through that inside clip to not wash out here through outer zone 3. But not the cleanest run we've seen from Fausto, especially from practice till now.
Yeah, the missing outside zone 1 as the line judge, that's going to be one big part. Next, the flick was very nice, but at the same time, right there, we're going to have to see that replay one more time.
So there he is. He missed outer zone 1, able to get to outer zone 2. Hard flick adjustment right there. But now, did he straighten through the finish or did he finish in drift? Because that's the biggest key right there. They have to finish in drift. They can't straighten up because that can make it between an incomplete or, a huge docking in points.
Man, you know what? I think he did straighten.
Let's see the official score here.
And I did go over that at the driver's meeting as well, where you have to drift through the finish line. And he looked like he came a little short because he did, he started to fall into a smaller line at outside zone 3. And I also emphasized, even if your line's going to get smaller, make sure you're drifting through the finish line. But it looks like he straightened right before the finish line.
So yeah, very unfortunate for him on that incomplete.
Yeah, because he did make a mistake going from outside zone 2 to the inside clip. He almost straightened, but he was still going sideways. Like right here, he had to straighten the steering wheel a lot, but kept in drift motion. But right here, right as he was passing, you can't see it from this angle with the smoke. As he was passing the finish line, he was pretty much going through it straight. And we were able to see that from the other angle of the camera. So unfortunately, that's an incomplete. But he still had the second run, so better luck for him for the second run.
There you go. You got number 666, Shinichi Mano, coming up next in the Bit Tour Racing with Chadi Boy style, 1VF.
Look at the hearts on his next to his window there. It's cute.
It's cute. So Chadi means bicycle. That's what Robbie was explaining to me early on in the season. So let's see how he's going to do. Ripping around. Powered by a 2J in this 1VF. Nice flip, coming back around. Beautiful drop through out inside clip 1. But, just holding on, dipping 2 tires in outer zone 3.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and check out that replay. I'd have to say very clean run by Mono right here. Very smooth and fluid. He kind of straightened he didn't straighten, but he had to pull out a little bit of angle to make it to the outside zone 2. And like you said, dipping tires off at the outside zone 3. That is an area where we would not want the car to be off track. And also, I want to see a good 90 degree to 90 degree flick at the transition going from outside zone 1 to 2. So he looked like he had to kind of drive up to the outside zone 2, like right here, drive up a little bit, then do a flick.
Yeah.
So that's almost like a reinitiation. So that's not, a transition, I would have to say. But other than that, very smooth, fluid run. And a lot of throttle.
There you go. We have a clear view now of Fuji. Fuji is now...
Did you say Fuji?
Fuji.
Mount Fuji.
Mount Fuji.
We here looking at the Mount Fuji. 81.
81. So 81 for Mono on his first qualifier run. Let's see what's going on in the chat. We're approaching, I believe we're at like 13 or 14 cars left right here. Next to the line is number 99, Kazuya Matsukawa, another Hiroshima Toyota Team Droopy driver in the 885. Also GR powered.
Yeah, the Team Droopy always comes in with a lot of force. So here we go. There's different ways of the initiation right here before the 3-2-1 cone. I'll explain to you about that a little bit, but look at this clean line right here. All the way to the outside, all the way to the outside.
1, 2, inside clip. Can he carry it all the way through? Nice job through outer zone 3, and man came out here. Overall, filling all of those zones. Beautiful job.
Yeah, so the only part I'm going to dock from this run is, the transition from the outside zone 1 to 2, if it was a little bit more snappier, but I think it was very snappy enough to do and get a higher, because it was smooth, a higher style point. So the rest of it, I would have to say, I just heard Sage saying that was a good run. So I'd have to say the line is probably going to be very good as well. Now the initiation for these cars coming into the outside zone 1, it's kind of an open type because there's not many tracks where you're initiating on a curve. And there's different power and grip level where if we made people do something at the same place, it's going to be very hard for the cars to carry through. So we're kind of making it open where they don't have to flick it too hard before the 3-2-1 cone, but they have to make sure that they're in drift before they hit the 1 cone of the 3-2-1 cone. But I'd have to say that was a very clean run by Matsukawa. I'm expecting that one to be
boom,
a 95. There you
go.
And I see a 30-point run, or that's a 30-point score from the line judge, as Ryan Sage just said that was a really nice run, and he's concentrating on the line. But there you go. That's a 95-point run. If there was a little bit more of a harder flick at the outside zone 1 to 2, I would have gave him a perfect for the style as well. So that would have been like almost like a 99-point run that we saw from Takahashi last year.
Yeah, that was a very nice run by him, filling all those zones. But I must say, we're having some people dancing in the 90s, so it's going to be tough. This is the first round of qualifying, so this is we don't see too much of this too often. So awesome to see that. We still got like 14 drivers left. Next at the line is number 77, Yusuke Kusaba in the Team Cusco Racing GR86. He drove the 890 Supra last year. Transitioning over to this new build right here, coming around into the 3-2-1. Could have been just a little deeper into that outer zone 1, but nice job through outer zone 2, filling that inside clip and swinging back around to that outer zone 3. And overall, I must say, Kusaba is picking it up this last part of the season.
Yeah, very fluid and high commitment here on his run. But I think it goes hand to hand where the angle isn't as high is some of these drivers where it makes it critical for the outside zone 1 to 2 flick happen harder if he had a little bit more angle. But very clean run by Kusaba, and definitely going to be a good score for his first run.
So we'll see. We got the spectators out there saying it's a 90-point run, or
So
low 90s.
It's either going to be super smooth or super crazy hard flick or on throttle all the way through the track. Those are the three major parts that I am looking at as a style judge. And there's a few parts of, some of the drivers do some of it, only 2 of them out of 3. Some of them do only 1 out of 3. And, in between that, too, there's many increments of scoring and points breakdown. So
there you go, 86.
86 points, there you go.
Yeah, if he cleans up that outer zone 1, it's definitely going to be a huge difference for him. But looks like next up is going to be another GR86. It's going to be number 31, Koldai Sobagiri in the Shibata Racing Team Cylon tire. It's a new build, new chassis, everything for him this year. Debuted it in these 2 rounds. Nice job through that outer zone 1, coming back around to outer zone 2. Oh man, here's a contender. Can he really make it happen right there through outer zone 3? Very nice run. Could have been just slightly deeper into the outer zone 3, but overall filling the zones like he's supposed to.
So this is a good example of a very smooth run, but I would have to say there's a little bit of hesitation going from outside zone 2 to the inside clip, and there wasn't a crazy amount of flick either. So it wasn't more of a committed run, it was a very clean run. As a style judge, that was like maybe, a little bit over average type of style run, but adding everything together with the angle and the line, don't know what the score is going to be. But a very clean run for Sobagiri for his first, to be his first.
Judges tallying their scores up. There you go, 88 for his first qualify run. Next up to the line, got number 1 in qualify last year, number 36, Kazumi Takahashi, and it's TMS Racing, Team Cylon tire, BMW E92.
Yeah, so if he hasn't changed anything on the car.
He did.
Or his mindset, he should be able to get it.
So yeah, he has a different power point this time around. GR instead of GR. Real early right there. Outer zone 1, not able to fill outer zone 1 or outer zone 2. Ooh, struggling in all the zones right now. Man. Not the Takahashi that we were expecting.
No, not fluid, not too committed either. Is he struggling from something? I'm not sure, but doesn't look like he had, the flair that we saw from last year. Smaller on line. Looks like he was struggling to get,
Ooh. That looks like, that's close to 3 right there.
Yeah, that was almost like a 3-tire drop. Let's go ahead and check this out one more time.
A bobble right there through that inside clip.
Yeah, that was pretty close, and I'd have to say that was a bad line going through. And yeah, so right now we are going to check out the replays because he was pretty close on the outside zone 3 area with the 3 tires.
There you go, right there. Ooh. Very, very small, but it's that small mistake can make the difference. And it's looking like it possibly is going to be a incomplete for Takahashi. Here you go.
So, like looking at this track, or looking at this run, a lot of the incompletes that we gave for a lot of the incompletes that we gave for the cars and previously from being off tire, 3 tires off or whatnot, is you have to understand that the score on that run is probably not going to be that high anyways because of the mistake that you make. Because more than 2 tires, almost 3 tires off is already being offline. Being shallower at the zones, et cetera. Incomplete, or that might, I don't even know if that would be good enough to make it through the top 32 qualify either.
Oh yeah, and at the end of the day, like you're saying anyways, you're the lead run, so.
Yeah, and you don't want to lead a chase car into the outside zone. Yeah. That's not going to be a good chase, or I'm sorry, a tandem run. So we want to see the lead car make it.
We'll see this clean run by Mao Yamanaka here, the Good Ride Motorsports S15, moving up from FPJ2. First ever champ, coming around to outer zone 1. Could be a little bit deeper there, swinging back around. He also went to Irwindale to check out the US's finals, the championship round out there.
Yeah, a lot of adjustment there after the outside zone 2, and I'd have to say it wasn't a crazy flick either, going from outside zone 1 to 2. Tried to make it a little smooth, but not much commitment here. A lot of adjustment. Doesn't make it all the way to the outside zones either, so very normal transition going from outside zone 1 to 2, but after that, a lot of adjustment at the inside clip and also the outside zone 3.
So there you go, got the Good Ride. No Boris flying. Beautiful weather out, clear skies. And it's nice because we have a slight breeze to clear the track after every run, so it's very nice. But it looks like we now are approaching our last 10 drivers for their first qualify run. And then we go right back from the jump, going through another 50 drivers. I believe it's 54 to be total. So let's see what the judges have for Mao Yamanaka on his first qualify run. There you go, here's another replay. Missed outer zone 1. Adjusted, coming to that inside clip. And then Robbie's over here annoying me off the... There you go, one of the umbrella girls for Linglong Tire. Boom, 78.
All right, so there's a lot of room for him to get a higher score for a second run. Better luck for the second run. Now let's go into...
Next driver up is number 23, Yuji Saito, with the Total Car Shop glitter with Car Life Orange next stream.
So this is Saito. He is 9th right now in the series. So let's see what he's got.
Don't get it twisted, there is a lot of Saitos in the series.
Yeah, in Japan, Saito is a common.
Here he's coming around, powered by a BR. You're going to hear it screaming here soon, coming around in front of us through this inside clip here. And that car screams.
So, kind of similar to some of the runs that we saw earlier. There's no flare, but it's very smooth, and there's a lot of throttle. Let's go ahead and check this out. Doesn't make it all the way to the outside zone 1, and I'm not going to say there was a crazy flick, a little bit of adjustment at the inside clip, but overall a lot of throttle by Saito.
grazing that inside clip, but able to carry it through that outer zone 3.
Yeah, so we have to be picky at some of these drivers because they're at a level that's really high. If we're not, we'll be giving hundreds to everybody.
It'd be easy.
Yeah, it'll be very easy. Yeah, it'll be very easy for us, but not too much. Yeah, 83.
Look at that, 83, perfect on the dot by a by one of the viewers online. You could just do that, just take their score.
Yeah. Congratulations to, if you get the score right, Kenny's gonna PayPal you $10 personally.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just kidding.
Well, there you go. Next up is number 311, Naoto Suenaga with the Atlas tires.
Yeah, I think he had a previous drivetrain issue. Popped up again yesterday. Hopefully everything's good with his car this time.
Yeah, last round and then yesterday during practice he had an issue getting his towed off track. And here he is coming around. Looks like he was letting off a lot to let his car settle through that outer zone 2.
Yeah, I would have to say from a style judge perspective, kind of similar to what Saito did. A lot of throttle, but at the same time not, how can I say it, not much dynamism from going from outside zone 1 to 2. He dips a tire at outside zone 3. A lot of throttle though, so very smooth.
I feel like you just made a word up.
I did. Dynamism. I don't even know how. Dynamic.
Very dynamic run.
Yeah, very dynamic. Dynamism. I don't know.
Yeah, now I'm just getting entertained by Robbie because he's over here entertaining the crowd with me paying them money. Hey, go check out my my problems with my cars that I can't even pay for.
Okay, so those of you viewing us right now, right? You know, we're going back and forth with scores, and you know, we're judging, and at the same time, we're commentating. You know how much, pressure it is for me and Kenny to actually commentate next to Ryan Sage, who's been doing it for many years, and Ryan knows. He's a very smart guy. He knows a lot of words. Oh, 84. And me saying my dynamism next to him. You know how embarrassing that is right now?
That's one of the most hilarious things I've ever heard in my life. Because of how false it is.
Yep.
It's I am the one that's honored.
Okay.
Longtime veteran. Everybody knows who you are. I'm just a guy behind the scenes. Nobody really knows who I am.
No. So, there you go. You know, Ryan.
Humbling Robbie there, but another legend right here on the track, going down his first qualified run, Ken Gushi, coming all the way from the US. His VR-powered Lexus RC, Team Kazama Racing Power Vehicles, coming around outer zone 1. Nice job through outer zone 1, flicking back around to outer zone 2. And man, look at that. Like we said before, this man's seat time in this car is only when he comes in country, which is a few days prior to the event. And he still performs like he does.
Yeah, so a lot of throttle there by Ken Gushi, and he puts his car where it needs to be. There was a few areas where he was off tire. Nice angle going to outside zone 1, but I would not a crazy flick going from outside zone 1 to 2. Looked like he played it a little safe to get a run down, but overall very clean. This past few cars we've seen a lot of throttle, but at the same time it's fluid. But not too risky though.
Yeah.
But very clean run.
Yeah, it looks like he let the car settle a little bit in that outer zone 2, but getting right back on it, showing the commitment. And then you saw right there, outer zone 1 could have been a little bit deeper. He was right there in the zone, but could have been a little bit deeper in that zone. But man, the commitment level after outer zone 2, pedal to the metal, and so there you go.
Him and Masayama compete in the U.S., and that was the final round in the U.S., but they were like, oh, I have one more round in Japan. So this is their real final round of the year.
Exactly. They thought it was vacation mode, but it's like, no, you still have one more.
Yeah.
Speaking of one more, next weekend we have one more competition going down. FDJ2 final round will be back here. There you go, 85 for Ken Gushi for his first qualified run.
Not bad at all for your first run. You're pretty much locked in, I think, if you're in the mid-80s here, looking at all the scores. But like you said, yes, FDJ2 will be at the multi-purpose track here at Fuji Speedway. We're not using the big track here. It's going to be the smaller one.
First
but that's
ever.
all good. That's also going to be on the live stream.
Yeah, first ever. But here we are, the champ himself. Let's see how he's going to do. Number 8, Koichi Yamashita in the Team Well JZX 100 Mark II.
Yeah, 2-time champ of Formula Japan. Last year champ. It was back-to-back championship that he made. Now he is in the championship race, hoping to get high on the qualifying.
He needs to get high to make himself competitive for that top spot. And here he is coming through that inside clip to outer zone 3. And it looks like he had a pretty safe run there. Not the crazy flare that we're used to. Couldn't quite get all the way out to those zones. It was kind of average for him.
Yeah, once again, fluidity, very smooth, and everything was on par style-wise, but not a crazy flick, and also a lot of pause there going to the inside clip, waiting for the car to settle to get back on throttle, and didn't make it all the way out to the outside zone 3. Yeah, I would have to say very smooth but average run by Yamashita.
So we'll see what the judges are going to plug in for him. And after watching him in practice, that's why I said it was kind of an average run, because during practice he was throwing some hard flicks and had a lot of commitment through his run, a lot of smoke trail, but this time around you could see how he kind of let off through.
And in FD Japan, compared to the FD USA, we don't have the knockout style qualifying, so all the drivers get 2 chances. So this may be tactics where they kind of come in, do an average run, get a score on the board, and come in really hard for the second run.
There you go, 83 for his first qualify run. Coming down to our last 5 drivers. So next up is going to be number 87, Daigo Saito in the TMAR GR86. He's currently sitting at 261 in points. And mind you, Matsuyama is at 316. So yes, there is a lot of room, but not a lot, because at the same time, if he knocks those top 3 out, it can lead him up to the podium for the overall championship.
Yeah, you know, with or without the championship, I'm pretty sure all these drivers just want to be on the podium. So let's see what he's got to show us here at Fuji.
Daigo coming around, doing what he does best. Not able to quite fill that zone though, which is unlike him. But man, filling the outer zone 2 to that inside clip, carrying it all the way around, dipping about a tire or 2 right there to the outer zone 3. So kind of a sloppy run by Daigo there, what we're usually expect out of him. It's usually clean, he's usually in the zones, and he has hard flicks to his run.
Yeah, the past few cars that I've seen, I mean, this is a high level. We just have to be really picky. And me, by saying average run, it's not an average run. It's not easy to do at all, by all means. But compared to some of the runs that we saw in the 90s, I would have to say the commitment level probably wasn't there and it wasn't as high.
Yeah, let's see what the score is going to be for him on his first qualify run.
Gets back on throttle pretty fast. Like, that's what all these the past 4 or 5 drivers had in common, where they got back on throttle pretty quickly, and the car didn't, you know, get washed out too much. They didn't give it too much time for the car to settle. But at the same time, not a hard flick at outside zone 1 to 2.
The last 5 drivers for the first qualify run, and like Robbie said, there's no knockout qualifying here. We'll see 54 drivers go back at it for their second qualify run. Looks like I have mid 80s on the chat right now, mid to low 80s right now. There you go, 80.
Man, you guys are good. So yeah, there's a few points there, the style side of it, and also the line of it. You know, he did miss outside zone 1. That was one of the major areas. So hopefully he can come up with a higher score for his second run.
So next up, number 27, Masanori Kohashi, in the Lingo Tire Drift Team Orange S15.
And just like any other track, I've kind of realized that outside zone 1 kind of sets you up for everything.
Oh yeah, for sure.
For the hard flicks and for running the smoother lines from outside zone 2 to 3. Or 2 to inside clip 3, and also right on it. And also getting back on the run. It's almost like a package deal. Either you have it or you don't have it. So 4 more cars here for the first qualifying run for the 2022 final round here.
Nicely, outer zone 1, flicking back around. Right back on into that inside clip. Riding it around to this outer zone 3, but not able to get it all the way out to that outer zone 3. So definitely gonna be affecting his score there.
I don't know what it is, but I've been putting down the same score almost for the past 4 or 5 drivers in the style, because there's a lot of throttle. It's very exciting to see a lot of throttle, but the flick, there's nothing risky, and the commitment level of it isn't as hard. So I'm guessing that they're probably just putting down a solid run for their first run to get it in, and maybe they're going to come in they're going to come in swinging a little harder in their second runs.
You can see right there, real shallow into that outer zone 3. Looks like mid 80s is what I'm getting on the chat right now. We'll see how much the line is going to be affected from that outer zone 3.
Umbrella Girls.
For Ling Long Tire.
Yeah, so come see them. I'm pretty sure they'll be here tomorrow too if you're not here in person. Oh.
84, and just like you said, coming out here next year. I mean, we've already had the open, the country opened up finally to foreigners, so it's awesome to see that. Hopefully we'll see a lot of foreigners tomorrow. But overall, next year should be pretty exciting with all the foreign drivers coming back and visitors coming in. But here we are, sitting at 3rd place, number 57, Kanta in the Ling Long Tire Drift Team Orange JZX 100 chase here at 312 points. He's only 4 points away from the number 1 spot. Yeah. Literally, that's a blink right there, and you know, he misses. Let's see how he's going to do on his first qualifying run.
And these qualified points are going to make a difference too. So every point for these drivers, it's a big difference.
And textbook right there, the outer zone 1 to outer zone 2 transition. Ripping back around to that inside clip, and man, Kanta throwing it down right there.
Very smooth and clean run by Kanta. A little bit smoother, I think, compared to the past 4 or 5 drivers that we have where they're kind of bundled up with the same score. I really like the way he threw a lot of angle going through the outside zone 1 and flicking it to outside zone 2. The flick could have been a little harder, but very, very clean and clean job by Kanta.
It's going to be a very interesting score here for Kanta right now. Matsukawa is sitting at a 95, the top score that we have, but we have 2 other drivers sitting in the 90s, between a 93 and a 92, and that's going to be Andrew Gray and Okabe.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty good score because I was just talking, well, we already input our scores, but I was talking to Ryan Sage about his line scores. That was a pretty high line score that he gave him too, so interested to see what he's going to be. Is he going to make it into the 90-point club? What do you guys got for the guess? Oh, he's 90. Right on the 90. There you go. Good job by Kanta. I mean, you guys pretty much guessed it. You guys are pretty close.
Low to mid 90s is what they had on the chat. So we'll see here. We're coming down to our last 2 drivers of the first round of qualify. Next up is going to be number 530, Wataru Masuyama in the Good Ride Motorsports GR Yaris. Transitioned into the Yaris at, I believe it was round 2 at Ebisu. He went from his 350Z to the Yaris, and
maybe that was a good, yeah.
At first he was like, I don't really like it that much.
And he got he won 2 events in a row.
Yeah, and then I was like, man, you're killing it in that car. What are you talking about? You don't like it? but they changed the livery last round. He's got the Good Ride livery going like his teammates. Now let's see how he's going to do, because like Robbie just said, he podiumed last round at Okayama, getting first place, and he's sitting at second place, 1 point away from the leader right now.
Yeah, I think that's the whole bashful part of Japanese J-style, where it's like, oh no, I don't like it so much. Oh no, I'm not so good. But they're actually super good. And he loves the car.
We'll see how he does in his GR Yaris.
USA driver, so you must be familiar with everyone watching from USA 2. There you go.
Look at that smoke show. Look at the commitment right there. Barely losing any smoke through the transition from outer zone 2 to that inside clip. And definitely a contender. And you can tell by his position in the point standing. But right there.
Yep. Style judge side of it, very similar to what Kanta did. Very smooth. I like the way he went very deep into the zones. Not a hard of, not super hard flick, but very smooth and clean. And it's not risky, but very comfortable to watch. And I'm talking at the higher level, not just I drifted. It was a very high level where they're going a lot faster and a lot more throttle with these crazy cars that are gripped up.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what this score is going to be, because, yeah, he definitely filled the zones like he's supposed to. And at the same time, like you said, his style was there. A lot of dynamic, a lot of flair, and he had nice fluidity throughout the course.
Yeah, so very clean run by Masayama. I mean, this is like a textbook run, how to qualify high in FD. And that was a very clean run. And, a veteran now because he, drives in both series in the U.S. and Japan. And recently it looks like he's been doing better and better in the U.S. as well. And, the two podiums that we saw in the previous rounds in Japan, too, that kind of proved him to be, the top tier drivers.
Boom, 88.
88 point for your first run. Very comfortable to be there. Just a little bit more commitment. Going from outside zone 1 to 2, and getting on throttle, trying to be on throttle throughout the whole track. It's very, very hard, and we are asking for a lot, but that's what we want. We want perfection, and of course we're talking about highest level of drifting around the world. We want to make sure that the drivers are doing what they're supposed to, and it looks like most of the drivers are. And hopefully it looks exciting for you guys. And I can't wait till tomorrow's tandems.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be very exciting. And at the same time, a little nerve-wracking because the amount of smoke these guys are throwing and then where the sun is coming down. So it's
I know. I'm not going to be able to. I'm just going to roll the dice.
Well, luckily we got our drone guys out here to give us the bird's eye view and definitely show the proximity and where they're at in all the zones. But here we are, last driver to wrap us up for the first round of qualifying. It's going to be number 10, Hokuto Matsuyama in the TMAR GR86, sitting in first place in points at 316. Definitely needs to throw down here, give that solid 90, mid-90s run. If he can pick up, that 95 top run that Matsukawa did. It looks like he's trying to throw down right now. Look at that hard angle coming to that inside clip and committing to it all the way through the outer zone 3, full throttle and full send.
Yeah, I like the commitment he had up until the inside clip where he had to make an adjustment, and that's, it goes hand in hand. High risk, high return. You make a risk to get a higher score, but if you do screw up, that is going to actually dock you some points as well. So let's go ahead and see this replay right there. Had to adjust the car, so that's going to be docked for the fluidity part of it. Commitment is there, so let's go ahead and see.
See what the judges have for the first. This is the last car, last driver, 54 drivers for first qualify. And then we'll probably take a short break though, but let's see what this last score is going to be.
All right, so here you go. That was the last run of the first qualifying runs we had here at Fuji Speedway. And let's see what kind of score Hokuto Matsuyama is going to get. There was a little bit of a hesitation right there and correction going to the inside clip, but overall very exciting to see. the #1 points ranking right now. Every point counts. 84 points by Hokuto Matsuyama. Now, all these drivers has a lot of room to mess with, line, angle, and the style portion of it. And we are looking forward to seeing these drivers up their performance for the second run as well, because it looked like it's always been looking like it's been a trend where the drivers would kind of take it easy on their first runs and kind of come in swinging for their second run. So I think somewhere in the 80s would be a very comfortable score to be in. But let's go ahead and go to a short break here. After these messages, we'll be right back.
Formula Drift Japan
革新のカーボンベゼル。Bluetooth 搭載 G-SHOCK カシオ。
The brightness, calm, brilliant. Valendy.
Ultimate lubricant. Mortis.
Made in Japan. Breed.
伝統と革新、小倉クラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮、チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチ、小倉レーシングクラッチ ORC。
究極の静かさと安全性、オンロード、オフロード、世界中で活躍するケンダ。その信頼を支える静音性、安定性と対摩耗性、世界が認めた技術と信頼を街乗りである。高品質と納得の価格、タイヤのポテンシャルをあなたに。ケンダ。
What's up, guys? It's Frederick Gaspo, and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. Iyo RSR Ichiban.
And we are back. We just finished the first run of Qualify right now here for the last round of the G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan 2022 season here at the Fuji International Speedway in the Shizuoka Prefecture. It's been a phenomenal afternoon of drifting, beautiful weather, amazing driving right now. Kazuya Matsukawa is sitting in first with a 95-point Qualify run, while right behind him, trickling right behind him, is going to be Andrew Gray sitting at a 93, and then right behind him is Roy Okabe with a 93.
And as you see right now, the sun is really like beaming down on us, but this is nice and warm because it's a little chilly. We are in the mountains, and also, you know, in November in Japan it gets pretty cold. And I'm pretty sure the track temperature is going to change a lot too as we go on and move on to the second outside zone, or the second qualifying runs that we have here for today's Qualify. Now, as you saw us at the judging stand up, Tom Saiba, Uchi Momura, Ryan Sage.
So here you go, Benjamin Chim going up with Team Kazama with Power Vehicles, got a 76 on his first qualifier run, coming into outer zone 1. Nice job filling that zone. Here he is coming back around. Could have been a little deeper in that zone, but look at that nice transition through that inside clip. And I gotta say, missing 3 seasons due to COVID, not able to get in country, and coming out here and doing the performance he is doing, phenomenal.
Wow, that was, I think he cleaned a few things up from the first run. And being able to do that from one run to the other, very impressive right here. All the way to the outside. Not a hard flick, but very clean and subtle. It tries to get on throttle as early as possible. Doesn't make it all the way out to the outside zone 3, but I would have to say definitely cleaned up his run from the first run.
Yeah, there you go. Nice job through outer zone 1. I like that, but it just after that, he kind of trickled away from those zones. Taking a little bit away, but let's see if it's going to be enough to bump his 76-point first qualify run. Let's see how it's going to go from him. But yeah, coming all the way from Singapore out here competing. He's no stranger to Formula Drift Japan. He just missed 3 seasons due to circumstances of the world, but here he is performing, and he says Assetto Corsa was his best friend to make him perform the way he's jumping in back into the seat and performing. And, you know, hands down to his crew behind the scenes, Power Vehicles, getting his car ready, squared away. There you go, 84, huge jump for him. But is it going to be enough? What is that threshold?
Dude, there's a lot of 80, like low 80s here.
So what is that threshold for the top 32 spots? So next up at the line, ready to go, in the Car Guy Racing A90 Supra is going to go Shinichi Saito. Got a 73 on his first qualify run.
Yeah, let's see. See if he can clean up his run from the first run. Get into, you know, higher score to make it into tomorrow's top 32. He has 50 more cars. That means 20-some more cars.
Exactly. Here he's approaching outer zone 1, coming around the bend. Appearing on the screen here, just missing outer zone 1, but looks like he has a lot of commitment through outer zone 2, but overshooting it, not able to make it to outer or inside clip and losing control, spinning out right there.
There was a, I know he was attacking the outside zone 2, but it looked like the half spin that he had pretty much after the outside zone 2, he swung it a little too hard and couldn't keep the car from over rotating even after the inside clip right here. That's what's really hard, because you have to kind of make it quick and flick the car hard enough to angle to help the car slow down, because you have to use a lot of angle to slow down from outside zone 2 to the inside clip. So tough luck by Saito here on a second run. That's an incomplete.
So let's see how Meguro is going to do. He got a 72 on his first qualify. He's right there getting his car squared away, ready to go, scrubbing his tires in the JZX 100 Mark II. Pulling up right now. Meguro ready to go, and yes, correction, I just went back. It's 52 drivers today. So here he is leaving the chicane. I'll make it sound better so it looks like Robbie worked out before. 54 if you guys want to. But here he is coming around the bend to the 3-2-1. Ripping back around here. Oh, just dipping 2 tires right there, but very aggressive, not letting go, dipping 2 more tires. Oh, just holding on. And man, you saw the major disturbance of his car coming off track there in outer zone 2. Almost a dangerous decision by him, but he has a 72, and I don't think 72 is going to be in that safe zone to move on to the top 32.
That's why he knew he had to do something, and it did look very exciting, but we do have to keep the car within the track. A lot of angle there, and going into the outside zone 2, that really, the dirt caught the car and upset the vehicle. But he was charging very hard, and I give him that. He went really hard, and he went, he did what he had to do to try to make it.
We'll have to see if that's going to be enough to bump his score, but I don't know. He was real deep in all the zones. And for a driver to chase that down, that'd be a hard chase for any driver.
Yeah, and I think the car being upset from outside zone 2, that's actually even harder.
There you go, 65. So I don't know if 72 is going to be enough. There's going to be 20 cars, 20 drivers going home today. We'll see if he made the cut or not. Next up, Miyagi. Nagayasu Miyagi with the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles got a 65 in his 8.6.
Yeah, he couldn't put it together. Last year, Mr.
Yes, he was actually the team doctor last year. Coming around outer zone 1. Nice job through outer zone 1 there this time. Flicking it back around. Looks like he's cleaning his run up a lot more this time. Nice job. Oh, looks like he had a little bit of an adjustment right there.
That might have been 3 tires at outside zone 3.
I want to see that again because, man, the start was looking very good.
That was really good.
Huge cleanup, huge improvement off of his first run. Nice. Nice. And unfortunately right here, just overshooting.
No! Dude, that was, I said, dude. Yeah, and Ryan Sage just said that would have been, other than the outside zone 3, that would have been a perfect line score. And I would, that was a good enough flick and very impressive, outside zone 1 to 2. And a lot of throttle going through the inside clip. Man, he just threw it out the window.
You could see it though from that inside clip. When he was leaving the inside clip, he had almost like another initiation because he knew he had too much heat coming through that inside clip to outer zone 3, and he was going to overshoot it. But unfortunately, he didn't have enough of that kick there at the end to hold a little or slow down a little bit of his dynamic and momentum.
Yeah, I think when you're at that much angle and at that much throttle, it's really hard to trust your car to keep going that way, so you have to kind of make an adjustment. And I think that adjustment kind of shot himself in the foot. His car went a little wider. Yeah, it's a tough luck for him.
So let's see how Murakami's going to do. He had an incomplete. He's in the village up. JZX 100 Mark II has to throw a run down. Can't incomplete this. There you go. Nice job through outer zone 1. Coming back around. Oh, diving in a little bit right there, but able to save it. Coming around to outer zone 3. Got to take a look at that again. Not too clean on the finish.
No. The car kind of shot in, dove in. Everything looked good to outside zone 2, but it looked like it tries to dive in a little too much at the inside clip, or approaching the inside clip. Right here, outside zone 1 looks good. Outside zone 2, nice flick, but the car caught, dove in, and he reacted. And right here too, right before the finish line too, he had to take out some angle going through the finish line. So that's not the cleanest run by Murakami. Everything looked good till here, till right here. Then the car just decided to dive in, and he had to make an adjustment there too.
Definitely disrupted the car with that transition from outer zone 1 to outer zone 2. But we'll see what the judges are going to give him. We've got it incomplete on his first qualify run. Is his score going to be enough to get him into the top 32, or is he going to be one of the 20 drivers going home today?
Got the 77.
77.
I don't know where the borderline is because
it'll be interesting. But here you go. What's interesting is the new livery on Uemura's JZX 100.
And his driving today, he already got an 86 for his first run, and very impressive run.
He's definitely stepped it up. I don't know, it's new look, new style. Let's see how he's going to do on his second qualified run. 86 is very solid. Let's see how much more flair he's going to put out there, and if he's just going to throw it all out there and make it happen. And leaving the chicane, coming to the 3-2-1. Nice job here, coming around outer zone 1. Just getting a bumper into that zone. Ooh, just dipping a tire right there, but hold the angle, able to carry it through, get right back on it into that outer zone 3. And was right on the edge of that zone right there for the last part.
Yeah, outside zone 2, that kind of disrupted the movement of the vehicle. Let's go ahead and check this out again. Doesn't make it all the way to outside zone 1, and right here gets a little too deep right there. And that kind of made it a little hesitant, made the vehicle a little hesitant to get right back on throttle, I believe. But overall, fairly clean run. But a few, not the cleanest run, but a few mistakes here and there.
Nice job right there. But right there, had to clean it up just a little bit, being a little bit deeper in that zone. But we'll see. Don't know if it's going to be enough to bump his 86-point score. But Fuji looking good as ever right there. Nice backdrop to end the season right here in Japan for. There you go, 82. And if you haven't seen, next year's schedule is already out. If you're in the area, if you're coming tomorrow, make sure you pick up one of the posters. It's got the score. It's got the.
Yeah, we're giving out, or they're giving out.
A few hundred, a few hundred posters. It's got the calendar for next year, and it's a pretty cool looking poster. And then on top of that, you can get it autographed if you stay late enough for the autograph signing at the end of tomorrow.
That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, so there you go, right there. Tetsuya Iha coming all the way from Okinawa. Got a 73 on his first qualified run, rocking the crown, big body crown, only one in the series. And you know what? Going to all the tracks out here, I have yet to see one out there.
Oh yeah, this is the only one I've
Exactly, because it's not the idolized engine that they have. This has a 2J in it. It doesn't come factory 2J. The Crown stopped doing the 1Js a few series before this one. Here he is transitioning over to outer zone 3 to the inside clip. Not able to make it to outer zone 3, but I gotta say, I have a soft spot for Crowns. Robbie already knows I had a 171 Crown, and I loved it. It was a 1J manual, big body.
Compared to his first run, slightly less commitment on the style side of it. Now I don't know what the other scores are going to be, but with the grip level of the car and the way it is, very, very smooth, but lacking on the commitment side of it. And he did dip a tire at the outside zone 1. Now what is going to be the total? All added up with the angle and the line judge.
Yeah, let's see if it's enough to bump that 73-point score.
I'm sorry, I forgot to input on that. I have one job. I have one job, and I couldn't do it. Fired.
Looks like high 70s, low 80s for Iha. 79 right there. Had a lot of 78. We'll see. 79. I don't know. The 80s seem pretty safe. 20 cars going home. That's the threshold's pretty scary at this point. Next at the line, got an 82 on his first qualifier run, number 330, Shigehisa Sasayama in his DSL.com JZX 100 Chaser. And like Robbie was saying before, at Okayama last year, not this past round, last year, he took a really bad crash head on into the wall where they transitioned from outer zone 2 to the split sector for outer zone 3. And there he is right there, tipping 2 tires. Able to get it back around. Nice job through outer zone 2. And carrying it all the way out to outer zone 3. So we'll see how much of that tire dip is going to affect him for his score by the judges.
Yeah, so Sasayama's run, dipped tires at outside zone 1. 2 actually tires. And right here, it seems like he's a little late going to outside zone 2, misses inside clip, and shallows up at the last outside zone. So my guess, not the cleanest run by him.
We'll see if it's enough to bump his 82-point first qualifier run. The anticipation for this score. So yeah, we've already gone through first qualify. There you go, 79. So just like the driver before Uemura, will keep his 82-point run. Next at the line is gonna be number 17, Gene Horino in his Good Ride Sports with Tops Racing U, BLS S14. Got a 76 on his first qualify run. New power plant under the hood. He's had issues all year round trying to get an understanding of the car. Let's see how he's going to do. Let's see if he can throw it on a solid run. First goes with the VR power from the 2J that he had prior to. Nice job.
Ooh, I like that.
Hard angle coming back around. Looks like it wasn't quite clean as we expected, but here he is holding on to it, coming around to outer zone 3. Not feeling all of outer zone 3, but you can see the transition from outer zone 1 to outer zone 2. There's a little bit of hesitation in his run.
Yeah, so that's going to be deduction for the commitment part of it, but very smooth overall. I like the way he approached outside zone 1 overall, but after that right here, he had to wait and he had to make some adjustments near inside clip. And he wasn't really near inside clip either. Smooth, but not as committed. Right there at the inside clip, very hesitant because of the mistake he made. The car looked like it was washing out, and he was trying to make adjustments to keep the car from washing out too much. But he was able to keep the car within the track. as he was passing outside zone 3. So, I mean, small mistakes here and there by Harino, but those small mistakes could add up. But here you go. He did get an 83 and an angle. As you can see, when he was approaching outside zone 1, good amount of angle there too. So, you know, there's some parts, there's some parts that he didn't do well, but there were some parts that he did do good too.
Yeah, got a 7-point boost there. Next at the line is going to be Shang Niem in his Team Kazama with Power Vehicles. JZX 100 Chaser got an 87 on his first qualify run. Coming in from Singapore, missed a few rounds, came out to the NBC round, flew down after 3 seasons, missing 3 seasons. And here he is, that's how he's going to show. Got an 87-point run on his first qualify run. And he has a little bit of room to make up. And here he is, coming around outer zone 1. Looks like he could have been deeper into outer zone 1, but filling outer zone 2 there beautifully. Coming back around, ripping into this outer zone 3 and representing right there. Is it going to be enough to bump him from an 87, or is it going to drop him down on that run?
So, style portion of it, the rate to angle. Now this goes hand in hand too. You know, you want a good amount of angle going from outside zone 1 to the outside zone 2, and I'm gonna have to include that for the style part of it, where it was kind of shallow from outside zone 1 to 2, and a little bit of time off of the throttle going from outside zone 2 to inside clip. He was coasting a little bit until he got back on the throttle, and it seemed like he was a little bit in a rush getting through the track more than taking the car all the way to the outside with a lot of angle.
But I gotta say, behind the scenes, which most of y'all might not have seen, if you're not following him on social media, go check him out, or his team Power Vehicles, because man, they were here pretty late last night getting that car squared away with the whole rack situation they were having.
Yeah,
so hands down to his team.
And thank you to that. You know, that was an 81-point run, but he did get an 87, so he's already in the top 32 for sure for tomorrow. So that was a good job by Nian and his team. Now let's go into the next driver. He is actually sitting on an incomplete.
Yasuhiro Takaki in his T-Square with good ride. Tack in BMW Z4, brand new, debut in this car today. What a track to debut it at. Very high speed, very crazy track. Let's see how he's going to do if he had an incomplete. He needs to get to those zones.
Yeah, that BMW was great.
Here he is coming back around to outer zone 2. Oh, and right there, huge correction. And like Robbie said, he missed the private practice yesterday, which probably could have been very helpful, you know, in getting a good shakedown on the car. Because like I said, this is the debut of this new car. He was in an S chassis the last 5 rounds, and here he is, the last round of the season, bringing out this Z4 BMW.
Man, I mean, that's a risk he had to take to bring in a new car at the final round. And hands down to him and his team, probably, you know, working on this car, trying to get it to debut, but not a successful debut for them here at Fuji. Hopefully he's back in that chassis next year, because very interesting to see what kind of performance that car is going to give for the series.
Well, we'll see. And speaking of the series, so the Pro Series, if you don't make the cut, you get cut from the Pros, and you get bumped back down to the J2 series.
Yeah.
So it's very vital that they perform, because right now these guys that are going right now, they're on that chopping block. So next up is Yoshia Esaki.
There's a limited amount of drivers that we can have in the series, excluding some of the foreign drivers. But let's see what Esaki is going to give us to show us. Yep.
Exactly, got an incomplete. He's in the Origin Labo Racing S15. And I was talking about it earlier. Stock SR, or not stock, it's obviously built, but SR powered, probably pushing mid 400s. And that one right there wasn't too bad of a run, filling the zones, getting a run in the books. Let's check out the replay here.
Yeah, so he you know, talking about the grip level and stuff like that, he can't be fully committed because he's, you know, kind of waiting for the car to settle. He cannot throw the car and just wait for it to catch, and also had to feather through the inside clip to the outside zone 3 as well to find the right amount of grip for this car. So not as exciting as some of the runs that we've seen. Slightly clean. Let's see what he has for his second run. Hopefully it's going to be good enough to get him into the show because he's sitting on an incomplete right now.
So we'll see. There you go right there. Huge increase. Yes, he had an incomplete, but man, nice start right there. Coming around, filling that outer zone 3 from that inside clip.
Yeah, I think everything looked good up until he made outside zone 2. And after the outside zone 2, he was being hesitant. 78. Now let's see if that's going to be good enough to put him through for the top 32.
I don't know. That threshold is looking pretty high in the 80s, but we'll see. Next up, sitting at an 82 is going to be Kenichi Takashima in his Team Ito Auto Ken with Hirano tires with Good Ride JZX 100 Chaser. Got the anime livery going on. Like Robbie said, moving up from FPJ2. Man, just to think, you know, like a lot of U.S. tracks have walls. And just to think if there was a wall right there, that could have been, man, catastrophic.
Oh, yeah. And like I was talking about, you know, how cool it was getting and the sun beating down on us. I don't know what kind of track temperature it is, and, you know, obviously colder tires and more grip on the rear. And it sounded like the car was kind of misfiring maybe, so he didn't have the full power to push the car and keep it drifting, and it looked like the front caught, or the rear caught more than the front, understeered out to the outside zone. So that's an incomplete. But he is sitting on an 82. Hopefully the early or the low 80s is good enough to get these drivers through.
Exactly. And like you were saying with the sun coming down, coming around that bend through the 3-2-1, it goes from shade to where the sun's actually beaming straight into their eyes. So we'll see if that's going to play an effect for the rest of this second round of qualifying. But next up, already going through the chicane is going to be Manabu Tsukunaka, Tower Tire Japan, Environmental Development Racing, FD3S, three-loader, going to incomplete on this first qualified run. He definitely has to make this one count. Oh, dipping 2 tires right there, flicking back around, not able to get to outer zone 2, but just trying to get a run in the books. But is it going to be enough to be competitive for a top 32 spot?
All right, so right here also sitting on an incomplete. Fujinaka has to get a score, and that's almost 3 tires, but that's 2 tires off on the outside zone 2. Style judge-wise, he is on throttle most of the time, and it makes it look okay, but I would have to say the
you can see that
angle,
right there.
yeah, the angle, I'm sorry, not the angle, the line judge, it really depends on how much of a deduction he's going to have, so outside zone 1 and 2, but those are 2 critical areas.
There you go, that's Tom Saiba right there on the PA system and on the Japanese live stream, and you got myself and Robbie putting in his score. And then Ryan Sage right there, bundled up, trying to keep warm. And back over here, and then there's Yoichi Mamura also on the PA system and on the live. But yeah, now they're toying with us, playing games with us. There you go, 78. Hey, I'll take that. I'll take them toying us like that better than them zooming in on my face like last round.
Well, as you saw Ryan Sage with his hood on, it is kind of chilly up here, so.
All right, here you go. The first one to break the 90s for us was number 88, Roy Okabe. He got a 92 with a Team Kazama with Power Vehicles JZX 100 Mark II. And I got to say, Okabe, his name has been kind of quiet all year. Yeah. So for him to come out here and throw this statement, he's been doing a lot of practice, and like I said, he went to Formula WS's last round at Irwindale, so maybe it gave him some insight on what he needs to do. And look at that. Look at the dynamic. Look at the smoke trail behind him, filling both zones right there. Look at that, hugging that cone right there in the inside clip. Beautiful job. Oh, it spoke too soon. I apologize, Okabe, for that. I'll take full credit on that, but beautiful job. The full length of the track, except in that outer zone 3.
Yeah, that would have been a pretty high score again, I believe. And Sage just said, you know, about the line score too. That would have been a very high score. But guys out there, do you guys think Okabe messed up because Kenny jinxed him? Please let me know if you agree. Kenny,
I'll be in timeout for
fired
for 20 minutes. I'll go on lunch break.
Yeah, but I think that's kind of an obvious one where the car is probably that loose, where if he makes one mistake, he's gonna spin out, and that's kind of how he made the car. And it's not all about being fast; it's all about where you can take the car at with how much angle, and that's what's important. And I think Okabe showed us.
The real question is going to be, is Andrew Gray, is he going to follow suit with what Okabe did? Because he definitely did it last round in his first qualify run. He got a 93 on his first qualify run. He definitely set the bar and was like, hey, here, teammate, you stay down here. I got this for us. Let's see how he's going to do on his second qualify run and see what kind of run he's going to throw down. Since he's sitting with a 93, he's pretty comfortable. So I expect something crazy because I feel like Andy's, Andy kind of had a few rounds out. Look at that right there, coming in with some flair, carrying it all the way around back to outer zone 3. Oh, just saving himself from dipping 3 tires, it looked like, through the outer zone 3.
That was I think that was 3 tires off there.
Man.
Yeah, I have to double check on the replay. I think you're jinxing everybody right here outside zone 3 because that was really nice. And the way he flicked the car, that was beautiful. If he was able to keep that close to hug around inside clip and right there, yep, 3 tires off.
Unfortunate. So I was right. He followed Okabe to the outer zone 3.
So once again, guys, Kenny is jinxing everybody. And,
no, someone agreed and they said, what did he do? See, I didn't do anything wrong. I appreciate that. See, I love you all out there. Y'all are on my side. I appreciate that. I'm here to sway the judges for you with the points. You know, I say your score, and Robbie's like, oh, yeah, that's a good score. Oh, man, you guys are right. But I must say, you know, Andy missed a few of the rounds this year, but, I mean, I think he still has it sitting at a 93, second place right now in the qualify points.
Yeah, now let's see. Sato here is sitting on a 68. Hopefully he can make it, get a higher score for a second run to get into tomorrow's top 32.
Like you said, yeah, 68 is definitely not safe. He's going to have to pick it up here. Coming around through the 3-2-1 now. He's got to carry it all the way through, all the way out to those zones. Collect as many points as he can. Oh, dipping a tire right there, but holding on, washing out through that inside clip. And it's not looking too promising for him on that second qualify run.
Yeah, so one wrong move could kind of shift everything over to an unsuccessful, I guess, run where he dips a tire there. He doesn't waver and very smooth, I'd give it that, but at the same time, I think everything else is going to be off because he couldn't fill outside zone 3 either, and there was a lot of coasting for the car to be, for it to settle right there. Right there, he finally gets back on throttle.
Yeah, he delayed a little bit too much.
Yeah, not much of a commitment either. So major mistake made by Sato. And, you know, this is an intimidating track because it's big. It's higher speed than a lot of the other ones. And, you know, sometimes it's really hard to find out where you have to be on the track because the track is so wide.
Yeah.
Because when you're out there, there's not a lot of markers, so it's really hard to tell. You're not surrounded by everything. It feels like you're on a big playing field and you're just kind of, you know, told to be somewhere where you can't even know how close you are to some of the objects. So
there you go, 73. Yeah, you're right. There's not a lot of elevation change here on this portion of the track, and then at the same time, like you were saying, it's long. There's a long basis between each zone.
And right now, you know, the line score too, he did totally miss the inside clip, and pretty much that was like almost a 0 at the inside clip from the line judge. So yeah, you're gonna have to tighten up something. You got to be really exciting, or 100% on the line, or crazy massive amount of angle with a lot of throttle.
Daichi Mizutani is going through the chicane now. He got an incomplete in his S15. Let's see how he's gonna do this time around. He needs to put a score in the books, but he's got to put a solid score in the books to be competitive for the top 32 spot. Here he is coming around outer zone 1. Just grazed it. Could have been a little deeper in both outer zones 1 and 2, but it looks like he's just playing a little bit safe and putting a score in the books to see if he could be competitive for that top 32 spots.
Yeah, the commitment level wasn't high. And you said it's obvious to see, you know, watching all these cars, and especially watching like 90-point runs and stuff, you can tell when the car and the driver is kind of just trying to do just enough to make it through, where the commitment level is pretty low on these runs. But, I mean, that's something that I wouldn't, you know, I think he did a good job with the angle and everything, but right there, I think it's only obvious because when you're sitting on an incomplete and you're kind of pressured because you only have one more try to redeem yourself to make it through the top 32, and also the 20 cars leaving today after the qualify, that's a lot. And you definitely don't want to be one of those cars or one of those drivers that are not going to make it into the top 32, because you want to make sure you make it into the tandem.
Exactly, and a lot of these drivers from the start, or that we started with, you know, they're on that scale. There you go, 77 for his qualifier run. Got it incomplete with a 77 now, so hopefully that's going to be enough to carry him into that top 32. But, you know, they're on that chopping block. They might not make it to next year's Formula Drift Japan. But we will see. There you go. Next up is going to be Yuta Komatsu. In the Komatsu Racing, Lexus IS got a 76 for his first qualifier run.
It's a Lexus.
And his Lexus IS. Let's see how he's going to perform. Got a 2J under the hood.
Yeah, earlier he did a hard flick at the outside zone too. Didn't complete. It wasn't good enough. So there's going to be a little bit of wavering there.
There you go.
A lot of angle.
Filling that zone, coming around to that inside clip, getting right back on it. Definitely cleaned up his run from his first run, but we'll see how much it will increase his 76 point.
Yeah, so as the style judge, the major deductions I would have to say is right here at the outside zone 1 area, a little bit of wavering, then he threw a lot of angle there. I like the way he did that. A little bit off of throttle, misses inside clip, wavering at the outside zone 3. So the fluidity level, it's a plus minus, where he was more committed than last time, but less fluid because of the wavering here and there. Where we are being very picky because, you know, that's what, you know, they're here to do that. They're here to show us, you know, a perfect run, and we have to be picky at you know, what we are giving down as a score. We can't just throw out and give hundreds all the time.
Exactly.
You know.
See what they have for him. Like I said, 76 or your 78. Ooh, I don't know if that's going to be enough. And man, to the fans out there, I must say, I would love to personally send you guys posters of everything, but
you're not gonna?
I mean, I'll personally hand you one if you come out here. I will gladly do that. Because, if you didn't know,
guys, come on, get off of your couches. Come on out. Get on the plane. Get on the plane. Come over here.
Robbie and I rolled all those posters. I did a lot of work there.
Yeah.
No,
I think I got a paper cut too.
Hey, enough about that. Let's see how Hibino's going to do on his second qualifier run. Got an 85. He's back into what he knows best. The S15 4-rotor twin turbo, screaming through outer zone 1 right now. Man, look at that. That's what we were waiting on right here. Coming back around, getting right back on it early on into that inside clip. That car is something else.
Man, so, you know, once again being picky, it was a great run by Hibino right here. Very exciting to see a lot of throttle right here. Nice flick, but doesn't reach the outside zone 2. And as he was leaving, it looked like the car wanted to straighten a little bit and waver. Then right there's another tire off. And it seemed like he had less angle going to the outside zone 3 as well. So I don't know if something's up with the car or anything, but then the flare that we usually see from Hibino, this was a very exciting run, but I think he could, he's like dialed down maybe like 10-20% than usual.
Yeah, I know he had a practice session I think it was last week at the track. So, I mean, I'm not sure if something's different from what he was originally driving last year till now. If you do come out to the event, Liberty Walk, their booth actually has the R35 that he was racing in this past, 5 rounds. But here he is, they're bringing this one back out. It looks like the R35 was struggling a little bit with power and the balance, but there you go, 80 for his second qualify run. So 85 is what he's gonna take into top 32.
Yeah, so he's already got an 85, so he's already pretty much in there, I think.
Next at the line right there, you can see Uchiyama guy in the Good Ride Motorsports with Perfect Style BLS S15 got an incomplete on his first qualify run. He needs to focus, dial himself in, get to the zones, and put a score in the books. And he is coming, approaching the 3-2-1 here. Nice through outer zone 1, coming back around. Ooh, hard flick. Huge correction, leaving that inside clip.
No, that was a major mistake made by Amagai. I want him to get a score because he's sitting on an incomplete, and he did get a score, but right here, looked good on outside zone 1. Flicks it right there, but flicks a little too hard. Huge correction there, readjustment. That's almost a straightening going from the inside clip to the outside zone 3. And it looked like he was in drift motion, but we do have to dock him for a lot, especially with the angle and also the style portion of it right there. Right there. Look at the wavering that the car.
That's a close call right there. The huge wavering, the huge adjustment he made from outer or inside clip 1 to outer zone 3. The judges are discussing it now, but that's going to be a tough call by these judges because that was a huge correction by Amagai.
Yeah, so once again, going back to if that was a lead car, if there was a chase car there, how is the chase car going to chase him if he pretty much kind of straightens out? And that was
true, yeah.
I mean, going the inside clip area is the major part, and he had to get off gas, try to get on gas, and that was the unchaseable lead pretty much.
And you're right, making a good point. The root of qualifying is to think that they are the lead driver throwing down the best run possible because you gotta, they're preparing themselves for the top 32 and top 16 battles of the tandem battles. Yeah,
that was a major, straightening the steering wheel, pretty much you're basically trying to make the car drive straight, so yeah, it's unfortunate for Amagai. This is the last event for the year, and he's not going to make it for tomorrow.
Yeah, next up is going to be Tadahiro Fukada. He had to pass on his first qualify run. He's been here since day 1 competing in Formula Drift Japan. Here he is in the 2022 series. Got with the Tanabe SSR Team Dunlop with Weld coming around outer zone 1. As Robbie would say, the gentle giant, the comedian, coming around to the inside clip to outer zone 3 here. And just throwing down a run, the best run he could do, coming off of it, not an incomplete, but a bye.
Yeah, very, very subtle average run by Fukada. Doesn't make any mistakes, but also doesn't have much flair, not a huge flick, and like you said, very gentle on the throttle. So I would have to say very clean run, but not exciting.
He definitely placed the car in the zones and played it pretty safe on his run. But I mean, all year we've talked about it before. Fukada is nobody that comes out with crazy flair, but he does what is expected and what is needed to make it into that top 32. So we'll see what the judges are going to give him on his first score on the second part of qualifying.
Yeah, so this...
There you go, 84. Looks like 84 may be a safe bet right there.
See, there's different types of drivers where they come in throwing in hard and they risk others where the line. Now, he knew he was sitting on an incomplete. He had to come in and do a smooth run, and he knew what he had to do. That's why he filled the zones. The line judge was able to give him a higher score. And as a style judge, I would have to say not as exciting as I've seen, but very clean. That's how he made it, got an 84.
So at the line right there, you can see he got a 70 on his first qualified row, number 212. Ryotaro Oe with the Awa Tire Japan Environmental Development Racing. See how he's going to do.
Yes.
And yeah, we made the mistake early on. We thought we had 54 drivers. It was 52 drivers. Let's see how these last second half drivers are going to do here.
Yeah, another young driver. I know that 70 is probably not going to be good enough. How is he going to better his score to make it into the qualify into the top 32 of tomorrow's main competition?
Nice through outer zone. Look at the commitment coming around to outer zone 2. Getting right back on it, but hesitating a little, leaving out that inside clip to that outer zone 3. We'll see here.
Yeah, it's like half and half because he did good first half going all the way to the outside zone 2, as you can see. Nice transition there, but after here, hesitant, a lot of correction. Can't get back on throttle as quickly as he's supposed to be. So it's a half-half deal where it was exciting to see, but at the same time, not clean.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a boost up from his 70-point first qualify run. But, I mean, we've seen a lot more out of Oe. Well, we will see here Fujinaka in the FD3S. That's his dad. He got a 78. Hopefully that's enough to get him in the top 32. But there you go, 81 for Oe.
81 points. He is in the 80s. And, you know, we do have 20 cars that will not make it tomorrow. And I don't even know what the safe zone is as of now. And I'm not even going to start guessing.
Yeah, and I want to say this driver right here, Monkey Ito, and the team here on tires, JZX 100 Chaser, I'm not sure if he's in that safe zone with a 78 on his first qualify run. So he's going to have to really lay down a solid run on this second qualify run. So looks like he's ready to go. Approaching the outer zone 1 right here. Nice job through outer zone 1. Riding that rumble strip. Wasn't able to get all the way out to the outer zone 2 there in that inside clip, but here he is carrying it through, riding the rumble strip on the outer zone 3 into the finish. A very give-take situation on that run.
So something similar to what I saw with like Fukada, where he's on the ledge and it doesn't seem like he's going to push it to do anything crazy and outrageous. But at the same time, very smooth, gets back on throttle fairly fast, and doesn't make, huge bobbles or corrections throughout the track. Now it's all up to the judges giving out, angle and the line portion of it to see what the total score is going to be.
I think he's going to have enough to bump his 78-point score right there. But how much is he going to boost it up?
Turn up the boost.
Yep. But here we are. This is the last round of the G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan 2022 season. Here you go, 85. So got 7-point increase for his final score. We're out here at the Fuji International Speedway. It's a 2.8 mile track here. We got a small section that we're calling home today. And there you go. Let's see the Team Cusco GR.
Dude, I don't even know being in the 80s is safe.
I mean, at this point, the low 80s is pushing it. But here you go, Yoshitatsu Kaneda. He got an 80 on his first qualified run. He's definitely got to throw down. He had a mistake on outer zone 1 on his first run. Let's see if he was able to study what he did and collect himself to gain the points that he lost. And here he is coming into outer zone 1. Nice shot filling outer zone 1. Looks like he took a little bit of the angle out of his run there. Not bad in the zones, but it looks like he was a little less aggressive from his first qualifier run.
Yeah, and also, you know, a little sloppy leaving the, or going towards the outside zone 3. Doesn't, I mean, very clean, but not too exciting to see. And also some mistakes right here. It looked like he was trying to, you know, gain traction or something. There was a little bit of wavering at the outside zone 3 as well.
Yeah, a few corrections throughout his run. And like you said, this is compared to practice runs till now, it looks like, you know, something's not right, because during practice, he was throwing down him and Kusaba. It was almost like you couldn't tell the difference between the two, and they were throwing phenomenal runs. And right there, you can clearly tell he took a lot away from his angle and the way he was driving previously. So we got an 80 on his first qualified run. And like Robbie was saying, we don't know if 80 is going to be, or the low 80s is going to be the safe zone right now, because there's a lot of runs right now that are capturing 81s and 82s. There you go, 80 again.
Yeah, so pretty much didn't better or didn't get any worse from the first run. So hopefully that 80 is going to be good enough to make it into the top 32.
Next up, sitting at the line is number 73, Ikuo Saito in the Motis Good Ride West Auto JZX 100 Chaser. 81 was his first qualifier run.
Difference right there, like you said, being in the shade.
Right now we're in the shade, but here he is coming around to outer zone 2. Nice job filling both outer zone 1 and 2. Coming in real aggressive. Ooh, he really was throwing down to make this 81-point score increase.
So another run made by Saito, very clean, fills outside zone 1. Little bit of a gain in angle as he was leaving outside zone 1. But right here, looks like a tire off or so at the last outside zone 3. But very clean and subtle run by Saito.
Looks like we got some mid to high 80 score. You know, I didn't ask, where's everybody's viewing from? Look at, we're approaching the 3-hour mark of qualifying right now. We're on the second half of the list for the second part of qualifying here. But yeah, where's everybody viewing in from? Chime in, let's see, we'll give you some shout outs out there while we wait for these judges' scores. There you go, 84.
Here you go, he upped the score by 3 points. Now he got an 84 compared to his 81.
So we'll see if that's going to be enough. And it looks like the scores by the online viewers is pretty much spot on, close to spot on. Got Charleston, South Carolina out there, California, Argentina, Alberta, Georgia, my bed.
UK, New York, Colorado, San Jose,
All right,
Illinois.
now we got to move on to the next driver. Got a 72 on his first qualified run. Number 75, Koji Nagase with the Team Kazama with Power Vehicle JZX 100 Chaser. Moving up from FPJ2 into the Pro Series. Got Brazil, Orange County, US baby. So let's see how Nagase's gonna do. I don't think 72 is gonna do it. You know what, I'm almost guaranteed 72 is not gonna do it. Here he is coming around to outer zone 1. Nice job filling that zone, coming back around to this outer zone 2. Looks like he took a little bit away of that flick in that transition to the outer zone 2. And he's just trying to keep it clean and get to the zones. I see you out there in New Zealand, Sweden, Alabama. Hey, thank you all out there for staying up late. I know it's late out there on the East Coast, West Coast. I appreciate y'all sticking with us. And there you go right there, Nagase's run. And you can see right here, he took a little bit of away right there.
There was a long pause which is going to hurt his style score there because we do want to see him on throttle the majority of the time he's on the track.
Yeah, you can see that he kind of hesitated right there on the transition. Played it safe. Man, they're all over in India, Indonesia, Malaysia.
Really?
Yes, everywhere.
Are you guys just randomly putting
Ohio.
country names?
Probably. Nah, I appreciate y'all viewing, like I said, sticking with us because it is late all around the world. It's 2 in the afternoon here. 80 is what he got. 72 is what he had.
Wow.
Huge increase for Nagase on that run right there. Finland enjoying that coffee. I kind of need a coffee. It's getting a little chilly. If you know about the, Japan vending machine coffees, right there ready to go. Nostalgia card, JZA80 Super, a car guy racing. I'm losing it right now. Yoshichika Tamagawa got an 85 on his first qualified run. I was just kind of giving the remix of it because look at his car. It looks like a remix. I got it.
Bro's over here making fun of Kenny's
See, that's no fair. He doesn't have headphones on, so he can hear everything I say. Here he is coming around the bend right here into outer zone 1. Nice job filling that zone right there. Look at this, coming out with some aggression. Adjusting himself into that inside clip. Beautiful job getting right back on it, filling outer zone 3, and oh my goodness, 85 is what he got. We'll see how it's going to be for these judges.
Yeah, that was a pretty clean run. Pretty exciting to see as well. Let's go ahead and check out the replay again. Fills outside zone 1, nice. Tries to make it to the outside zone 2. Looks like he was a little hesitant going there. He couldn't reach all the way to the outside of the rumble strip, but fills outside zone 3. Now, man.
Filled the zone there. Could have been a little deeper, but got to that zone, filled the inside clip right there, coming back around. Look at that outer zone, filling all of outer zone 3. Stepped it up. I got some low 90s, high 80s. Let's see how he does here. Keep in mind, I like to say it all the time, free super right there. Maybe not, the build itself ain't.
Yeah, the build is a lot more because, I mean, these cars, these FD US and FD Japan cars, yeah.
A lot of 89s were on there too, 89, good job.
There we go, angle, 29 points, very deep on angle, very good on the line.
Smoking himself out there, but right there in the corner, you can see ready to go at the line.
Yeah, so that one as well, that was a 28-point run on the line. And yes, outside zone 2, he did miss it by a little bit, and that's where he was deducted. So very nice job by Tamagawa.
Next up is Konosuke Fujimoto in his D-Dash Racing S15, got an 84 on his first qualifying run.
Big track.
Make an adjustment, leaving outer zone 2. Dipping a few tires.
Yeah, that's a pretty deep 2-tire off, and a lot of adjustment from Fujimoto. From my memories, I mean, style judge-wise, I think his first run was a lot cleaner than what we see right now. This one's not as fluid, and also looks like he's holding back a little bit after here. A lot of adjustment going on there.
Making that SR do some work. But yeah, there's the replay right there, coming back around, but making an adjustment right there, coming into that inside clip. Yeah, he was real deep with the 2 tires on that outer zone 3. So we'll see here. What the judges have. Got an 84 on his first qualify run. Anticipating the score here. 77. So yeah, I think 84 should be pretty safe for him, but like we said, low 80s is not looking too promising.
Yeah, because there's a lot of 80s and 84s. Like, I don't even want to start counting right now because I'll get lost.
So next at the line, number 5, Tomoki Tanaka is going to be in the B-Style Good Ride with Tetsujin. JZX 100 Chaser got a 73. Beautiful looking car, very aggressive, and I believe he's rocking 2 different colors. For a while on one side, one on the other. Here he is coming back around. Definitely aggressive looking car, and the driver himself drives very aggressive right there. You can see that coming back around, swinging into this inside clip. Nice job holding onto it right there. Coming around to outer zone 3, just riding that rumble ship around into the finish.
Yeah, so like right now, you know when you know. Like, everything looked pretty nice up until the inside clip, but after the inside clip, the commitment level went down where he was very hesitant, and he was just fighting to make sure that the car was going to stay within the track. And like right here, from after here, right here, he's just like, he knew that you can see where the smoke of the tire gets lighter because he's letting off because he doesn't want the car to over-rotate or go too far or too in right there. So
that's a disadvantage.
that's an adjustment that he had to make.
And that right there is the disadvantage of a smoke trail.
Oh yeah, of course. That's why, like, if we have a solid, thick smoke trail from the beginning to the end, that means you're doing really good on throttle. But everything else comes to how you flick the car and the line you take and everything. So
there you go, the fans out here sticking through. Like I said, we're a little past 3 hours. There you go, 82. Huge increase from a 73.
yeah, it's definitely better than a 73. So he's in the 80 gang. Let's see what 80s is going to keep the drivers in the top 32.
There you go, Takatoshi Imamaida.
He's sitting on an 86.
86 for his first qualify run in his 5X tire Penske KRC. Jason, let's see how he's going to do here in his S14. Coming around the bend, approaching this 3-2-1. Let's see some flare out of him. He's a very aggressive driver, very wild driver, and there he is coming through outer zone 1, switching back around. Ooh, dipping 2 tires right there, just holding on. Disturbing the car, not able to get to that inside clip, but holding on just to make it to that outer zone 3.
It was very committed. It was very, very committed, but yes, it was very off track, as you can see the dirt trail. But then he did take it pretty wide right there. You know, coming in, there was a bobble where he had to make an adjustment for the car, but he was on throttle the whole time. So good job by Imamaida, but I don't know if that's going to be good enough to beat his 86-point score that he made on his first run because of the mistake, a sizable mistake he made.
Yeah, dipping the 2 tires, and then right there missing inside the inner clip right there. It looked very exciting and thrilling, but the thing is you know, chasing that would be a big struggle for a chase driver.
I think he was trying to shoot down the drone with all the dirt.
But yeah, thank you all out there for tuning into us. Tomorrow it's going to be an early morning here in Japan. We're going to be kicking off at 9:10 for top 32 in the morning. And it's going to be a long day rolling into the top 16 qualifying later on in the afternoon. So not qualifying, top 16 driver introduction.
It looked like Imamaida caught some air too.
I saw that.
Yeah, some air.
So he's got the wing.
Yeah.
78, you were right. It did knock him down right there. But 76 seems pretty safe. But this next driver
86.
Or 86. But the next driver coming up, Kazuhiro Kubo, and the vacancies with Weld. I don't know how safe he is sitting on his 65. So he's definitely got to step it up this time around and clean his run up. Last run, he wasn't able to get all the way out to all the zones, taking a lot away from his points. Once again, right there, not able to get to outer zone 1. And here he is adjusting himself. Ooh, and just, looks like it close to 3 tires right there toward the back end of outer zone 3. Yeah, it looks like he was more than anything rushing his way through the track.
Yeah, and now we're going to have to double check to make sure that that wasn't 3 tires. But, I mean, once again, even if it was or wasn't,
that was right on the edge of that rumble strip for that 3rd tire. We'll see what the judges are going to make on that call. I see y'all out there in the mid 60s, mid to high 60s on that. But ultimately, let's see what the judges are going to call. Each judge in different zones. Robbie's doing style today. You got Ryan Sage here all the way from the U.S. doing line, and then Yoichi Mamura's been doing angle all day.
yeah, and pretty much right there, you know, once again, that's like a tire off right there. And, you know, he might be like slightly on the rumble strip, but the rumble strip is pretty much the buffer zone that we're giving. And if you have to use 3 tires to be off, you're pretty much off. And as a lead car, that's not a chaseable lead. And
Yeah,
you're
to
basically,
mimic, they're out,
you're guiding a car to go off course, and that's not something we want to see. And unfortunate for Kubo, that's going to be an incomplete for a 2nd run.
And it looks like Kenji Yamada is ready to go at the line with a Ladada Club Racing S15. Got a 74 on his first qualify run. Let's see what he's going to do here.
Man, so many guys fighting for the top 32 spot.
And they're knocking 20 cars out for top 32. You have 52 drivers today. That's 104 runs these judges are critiquing. Oh man, looks like he had a huge struggle right there from into outer zone 3 to the finish.
No. Everything looked good. I mean, he was a little short on outside zone 2, a little hesitant, but yeah.
Ooh. Once again, that outer zone 3. It's not looking good. I don't know if a 74 is going to be enough for him to make it into the top 32.
Yep, and once again, you know, same thing. This may sound strict, but, you know, being on track is, you know, very important. And also making it chaseable is important as well. And, you know, like we always talk about, we have to kind of treat it like it's a wall, you know. And if there was a wall, half of the car would be gone right there. And, yeah, it's going to be an incomplete for Jamaken as well, and it's unfortunate. But, you know, there are drivers that don't go off course, and there are drivers that go off course. Now, is it okay to go off course or not? If it's not okay, then we're going to have to let the...
It's okay during practice.
Of course, it's okay during practice.
Get all of that out of you at practice. So come on, in qualifying, they need to, you know, give it their best. Here you go right here. Got an 81 on his first qualified run. Junya Ishikawa and the Hiroshima Toyota Team Droopy. GR86 spilling outer zone 1 right there. Switching back around to outer zone 2. Throwing it all on the line right here. Coming out to outer zone 3.
Whoa.
Just getting to outer zone 3 for a solid finish. Let's see how much it's going to boost him on that 81-point first qualify run he had.
Wow, that was really smooth too. Wow, I mean, the Droopy guys both have it down, because I know... let me go ahead and see. Yeah, Matsukawa got a 95. And I think they kind of get the concept of how to attack this track.
Yeah, Matsukawa did a phenomenal job on his run. I'm excited to see what he's going to do on his next run, because he has nothing to lose at this point.
I think Ishikawa, like, he got an 81 for his first run. This is definitely going to be higher than 81.
Oh, yeah. And I got to say, his setup from his last year's car, his 86 that he was driving to this new GR86, it's definitely a lot tighter, because last year it had a lot of movement, so you could see every time he adjusted himself, and it took away from the fluidity of his runs. But there you are right there, Fuji-san in the background.
Fuji-san. Mr. Fuji.
Mr. Fuji, man.
Kenny-san.
Hey, tell me this. Do you guys think that's like a
95.
Oh my goodness.
He tied it up with his teammate Matsukawa.
Oh, geez.
Both of the Droopy cars got a 95 and a 95. They have the I don't know, the recipe to this track.
They really do. But here we go, the 13-year-old right here. Number 771, Hiroya Minoa, Team Cusco Racing GR Yaris, got a 78.
The pressure going down on the 13-year-old. Let's see what he's got.
Hey, he podium, or not podium, he got number one qualifier last round, number one qualifier right here. So let's see how he's gonna do here. Filling the zones, and right there, filling outer zone one. Nice job. Look at that aggression right there. Keep it on the throttle, coming around the inside clip. Ripping back around to the outer zone three. And yo, he set the bar, I think, right there, competing for that top spot of qualifying again.
Hey, if he messed up, he wasn't gonna qualify. And he still went for it. That is impressive. All right, now let's go back and look.
Hey.
Very nice job, nice angle, nice flick right there. A little bit hesitant going to the inside clip. I think he wanted to get closer to the inside clip, but cleaned it up. Definitely went all the way out to the outside zone 3. Good job by Hiroya Minoa.
Everybody out there all around the world, know this name, Hiroya Minoa. He is going to Prospect next year. So know his name, and he's going to set the mark. I'm telling you all now. 13 years old, driving like this, soaking everything up like a sponge. It's just phenomenal, the development he's had from last season doing MSC, FDJ2, and then moving straight into pro and doing this kind of run right here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, very impressive being able to throw it like that. And now I know.
Oh, 93. Just missing it.
Well, welcome to the 90-point club.
I know. What a way to jump into it. Next up, got an 81 on his first qualify run, number 7, Junji Yamamoto in the 5X2JZ FD3S. That's right, you heard it right. It's not rotary, it's 2J under the hood of this RX-7.
Hey, it's and the LB car has the rotary in it.
They switched it up.
So they switched it up. And that 15 is supposed to come with that.
So here he is coming around the bend, approaching the 3-2-1.
Yamamoto has for us. A little bit small.
Yeah, not quite out to the outer zones there. Look at that. See, that's the hard, aggressive flick that I was expecting on his first qualify run.
Yeah, I can't believe he made it with that angle.
I know, it's insane. Like the way he flicks and then he adjusts his angle, he almost maxed out, but I feel like that car can go more than 90. There you go right here. A closer view at it, coming around to outer zone 1. Here's a flick, and look at that right there.
I think, took out a little bit of angle, a little bit of wavering. But I know he threw it out there.
He threw some flare there because he kind of lost himself in outer zone 1.
Yeah.
And there you go. He left early out of outer zone 3 right there. So we'll see. But, man, look at the smoke he left behind. So I was saying the weather's very beautiful. Next year, this is going to be round 3. Fuji is going to be our round 3. There you go, 69 for his second qualify run, so he's going to have to bank on 81. But yeah, round 3 is going to be Fuji next year. Hopefully the weather's going to hold up because I believe that's going to be June time frame is when we're going to have round 3. But here you go, right here. The chat favorite, the online favorite right here. They're always blowing up with the Brazilian flag. You got Yukio Fausto in the Side X Japan with Liberty Walk. S15 got an incomplete on his first qualify run due to straightening. Let's see how he's going to do here to see how much player he's going to throw. He wasn't able to get to outer zone 1 deep in or all the way out to outer zone 1. Let's see how he's going to correct himself. Is he going to throw it all out on the line or he's going to play it safe? And it looks like he's coming hard sideways. Once again, not able to get all the way out to that zone, but here he is trying to make up for it here. Coming through the inside clip into outer zone 3. Just dipping a tire through outer zone 3. But but struggled from the start at outer zones 1 and 2.
Yeah, so not making it to the outside zone 1, but a lot of throttle going to outside zone 2. Flicks the car hard, but comes a little short. Had to drag the e-brake, approaching inside clip, and a little bit of wavering at the outside zone 3. So it's smaller mistakes put together, but at the same time, he does have a lot of commitment where that kind of overcompensates the wavering and all that stuff. But still, not a perfect run by Yukio Fausto, style judge point of view. But I would have to say not too bad either, so it's going to be like an average score for the style. But now we're going to have to see what's going to happen with the line and the angle put together.
Yeah, we'll see what the judges have for him, see if it's going to be enough to get him into the top 32. He got an incomplete on his first qualify run. 78. Ooh, I don't know if that's going to be enough for him. We'll see how it's going to be for Yukio Fausto. But next up at the line, got an 81 on his first qualify run with the Vittor Racing with Chari Boy Style, Shinichi Mano. Rocking the 1 via, angry face 1 via here.
All right, so Mano landing at 81 for his first run. Not sure if that's even enough for the top 32. Let's go ahead and see this. Oh, kind of understeers. Oh.
Real deep in the outer one. Oh, he's calling it right there. We'll see if an 81 is going to be enough.
Uh-oh. Is there something? Is he driving away?
We'll see. Sorry for the silence. We're just trying to see what's going on with Mano's car right now. He just stopped just past the right side of the finish line.
Yeah, so he pretty much already incompleted at the outside zone 1, or going to the outside zone 1.
So we'll see. I think tow crew's going to go out there. Not sure what's going on with his car. You can see it slowly rolling. Not looking good though. And yeah, we'll see if an 81 is going to be enough for him. So like I was saying, this is qualified. Tomorrow is going to be top 32, top 16. We're going to start off real early. 9:10 is when we're going to start off top 32. And we'll roll right into it. And then we'll do the top 16 intro or ceremonies later on that afternoon. Top 16 is going to kick off at 12:50 local time here in Japan. And that's going to be it. That's a wrap. That's going to be our last event of the season for the Formula Drift Japan Pro Series here. But next weekend, if you're in the area or if you're in the country, come out to the FDJ2, support the FDJ2 drivers, the future pros of Japan, who are going to be competing next weekend here at Fuji. They're going to be on the multi-purpose course, which is right up the road. It's going to be something new. It's a new track. We haven't ran it ever, so it's going to be interesting. I'm interested to see how they're going to do the layout. I've driven it a few times. A lot of guys out here has driven it. Visitors driven it. It's a pretty cool course. Nice layout, but we'll see how it's going to be for competition and in the zones that they're going to build out of it. You look cold, Robbie.
Oh yeah, no, it is pretty cold. We're in the shade right now, and nobody's gonna tow Mano out. So
maybe we're gonna go run out there and give him a push.
Yeah, I think that might be faster. I think Sage got up. He's gonna go and push the car out of the way for us.
But yeah, it's awesome. You know, I got to say the FDUS family is out here visiting. And like I said, Ryan Sage is out here judging with us. And, you know, it's good to see them finally after 3 years. I get to meet them personally, not through a screen or, you know, through a text message. I get to say what's up to them and, you know, give them a lovely hug.
Wow. You got really physical there, huh?
Robbie got jealous because he didn't get the hug. Actually, he doesn't have to talk to me the whole time, so he's kind of happy right now. I kind of like this part of the season right now because he's been in a happier mood. Because I know y'all out there in the chat know how he gets all emotional.
Oh yeah.
There you go. Here's the rescue car.
There you go.
But, you know, I'm not going to badmouth the rescue car. Thank you for the Fuji International Speedway staff. I mean, beautiful venue. If you haven't been here before, to the left of us, or if you see on the screen, it's probably going to be on the right of y'all, is an amazing cafeteria, like restaurant with a beautiful view of the track. If you come out here, right behind there, you got the vendors. All vendors are out here. All the sponsored vendor booths are out there. Liberty Walk has a few cars on display. Go buy some FD merch, FD Japan merch.
And come get those posters too.
Oh yeah, and those free posters, that Robbie, you know, spent all night rolling.
Hey, but you know, it sounds like we're almost ending. I mean, this is the last event of the year for FD Japan. We still do have J2 next weekend. But the championship, you know, just got to make sure, you know, when you see a driver or somebody in the series, even in the U.S. with pro spec and all kinds of stuff, you know, try to show them some support, because this is a lot. This is like a life-changing adventure or challenging moments of your life doing all this, because, you know, like you see right now, Mano's car is out there. I don't know what the trouble is. He's getting towed out, but a lot of these guys, you know, spend every dime and time that they have of their life to show us something great. So always, you know, thank a driver or team, you know, and give them a lot of love and support. And also, you know, some of these guys that are supporting the events makes it happen. They're as important as you guys are, like the sponsors and the supporters of the series too. So show them some love and try to, you know, help them out. Not help them out, but, you know, I'm pretty sure a lot of these places that have products, you know, try to support the family and the program by showing love, buying merchandise and stuff like that.
Yeah, and then go check them out on their social media. A lot of them do have Instagram, stuff like that. Twitter's a big thing here in Japan. But yeah, go check them out. Go shoot them a message or two. I mean, Google Translate's insane. I mean, I use it like left and right. So definitely shoot them a message. They're very friendly individuals. I love talking to the drivers, or I like attempting it.
Yeah. Hey, and then, you know, just behind the scenes stuff too, you know, after, you know, the US guys came here, and then the first thing we talk about is how we can better the drifting. And, you know, even if the USA, they're working on it year after year. And that's all we talk about is, hey, what if we do this? What if we did that? These people said this. These people said that. Like, everything matters to us. So don't think that, you know, it's just, oh, yeah, it's a job, so I'm just going to do what I want to do and act like a, you know, a boss here and, you know, just make my calls and leave. It's not even like that, you know. The other judges that, you know, I work with all over the world. You know, I just came back from France as well, judging with some of the amazing people out there and watching some talent. It's the same thing, you know, a lot of these guys, everybody's serious and everybody just wants the best of everything. It's just that the perspective is different and everybody has a slightly, you know, different opinion. So of course we're all going to bump heads and it's not going to work out perfectly, but we are trying to make it work out. And even after, you know, 19 years of FD USA and somewhat like 8 years or so in FD Japan, we're still moving on. And all we talk about is how we can better the series and how we can show you guys, you know, some of the amazing talent that we have in the series.
But there you go, Kazuya Matsukawa tied with his teammate with a 95 on his first qualifier run. We'll see how he's going to do on his second qualifier run. But yeah, you're right, Robbie. You know, Robbie did say a lot there.
No, because a lot of people complain about the judging and everything. It's like, we're not just throwing, you know, a dice out and just picking who we like, you know. It's like, we can't do that. We're professionals. So, you know, a lot of people have the, you know, likes and dislikes about all that. But
I know what
it's not always going to go your way. And, you know, life didn't go my way. I'm not driving anymore, but, you know, you move on and do better things. Everybody's trying their hardest. Just want to let you know.
Yeah, the big thing too is J2's here too. This is the second season of it, so this is only going to get better for the Pro Series. It's going to get better and better. The competition is going to get harder and harder because we're bringing the top 10 into, you know, the Pro Series while you're dropping the bottom half of the Pro Series. And look at this right here, going down. As we talk about skills coming through the outer zone 3, filling outer zone 3, man, got a 95-point qualifier run, and I must say, he's out here for a podium.
I think they kind of got it down with what they're supposed to do. Right here, makes that all the way out, but right there, See, now I got to get picky. Like, he kind of glided out to the outside zone 3, as you can see from the inside clip.
Yeah.
And it wasn't, how can I say it? This is a better view of watching it. See, right there. He had to take out some angle right there and adjust himself to get the outside zone 3. And that's when his RPM dropped and he had to start clutch kicking. This is the...
we got a mid-low 90 score on the online viewers. We'll see here, powered by a GR. It's not 2J, it's GR, just like his teammate. Both 1GR powered. Beast of a build, but I must say that chassis got to be light as a feather. Well, looks like we got about a low 90s, high 80s score for him.
Man, I wish I could join the guessing game.
I mean, you can, I get. Oh.
I guess I'm doing it right now.
you can once you see the face pop up on the screen. We'll see here. Look at that. Beautiful backdrop for us here at Fuji International Speedway.
But now he's tied. So depending on what this score is going to make him number 1 or number 2 as of now.
Yeah, his teammate got an 81 and a 95.
Ooh.
Oh, 91, 95 and a 91. But you know what? We can't even say anything because we still have our top contenders going up for their qualifier run, and they're going to throw down because a lot of them are sitting in the safe zone of an 80. So I know they're going to do some insane entries, insane follow-ons into all the zones. So we'll see here.
So that's 13 more cars to go for their second qualifying run here at the last and final round of Formula Drift Japan 2022. Lined up right there at the start line is number 77, Yusuke Kusaba, driving the GR86, Team Cusco Racing, a veteran now in FDJ series. And he started off with, driving his old
Yep, and then he jumped into the Supra. And Supra here, he's coming around the bend. Hands down, said this was the best transition into this car. He loves it. And look at that. Full commitment coming into that transition, coming into that inside clip here. Ripping back around the outer zone 3. And he got an 86 on his first qualify run.
Yeah, so once again, a very clean run by Kusaba. There was slight, it didn't get caught on the camera, but watching live, there was like slight wavering before the outside zone 1. Right here, he dips one tire, but very smooth overall. So fluidity, once again, there. And overall, this is going to be his...
Not a bad run overall,
style.
Yeah.
This is style. I put in the style score, and I would have to say very similar to what he did earlier. And it looks like he is being very consistent with his driving here from the first qualifying run to the second qualifying run.
And we'll just have to see how he's going to do in the tandem battles and see if that consistency is going to be enough to get him in the top spot.
Yeah, man, consistency it's really important.
Exactly. But like Robbie was saying, it's cooling off right now, so I wonder if the track conditions are making it easier for these drivers because, around noonish, it was actually pretty warm out.
Oh, there you go, 90. There you go. He got a 4-point increase in angle, somewhere in the angle on the line. So good job by Kusaba, 90 points.
Next up at the line is number 31, Kodai Sobagiri in the Shibata Racing Team Cylone Tire GR86. Got an 88 for his first qualify run.
Well, it's anybody's game now. I mean, to be the top qualifier.
You're definitely right on that. Let's see, here he is coming around the bend to the 3-2-1. Hard angle right there coming through. Nice job.
Whoa!
Oh, tip the tire. Oh, almost over rotating right there through the inside clip, compensating, saving himself. But
hey, you know what?
He tried to wake us up right there, and he definitely did.
That was a lot of commitment. If he was able to pull that off, that would have been one hell of a run because things were looking good up until he did go tires off at outside zone 2. Let's go ahead and check this out. I like the way he approaches outside zone 1. Boom, flicks it. A little bit too wide, a little bit of over rotation. Had to pull back a little bit and kind of shallow going through outside zone 3.
You know, he's sitting at 88, so he had that nice flare because, you know, he was looking good from the start, but right here, this is where he flicks it super hard, and then he realizes, oh, maybe I did too much, but he's like, you know what, I'm here to give a show to the rest of the individuals that are out here watching, and for the viewers out there staying up late, checking us out. It's been a long qualified day for sure. We'll see what the judges have in store for him. Probably not going to bump him up from the 88-point initial qualifier run. But we'll see 76. There you are.
But he's already got an 88.
Yeah, that's pretty safe right now.
All right, now the man who qualified first, last Fuji Speedway event we had, is sitting on an incomplete, and this second run is his only run that he has that he's gonna be able to make it into tomorrow's top 32 qualify. Is he gonna do it?
We'll see here. He got a 99 like you said last year. Just barely missed it and got an incomplete on his first qualifier run. Man, looks like he's coming out very aggressive, leaving it all out on the track. Here he is coming around to 3-2-1. Nice job filling it right there through outer zone 1. Coming back around, could have been a little deeper through that outer zone 2 there. But man, laying it all out there. And not bad at all for coming off of an incomplete, I'll give him that. Could have been deeper in 2 of the zones, but you know, coming off of an incomplete, there's a lot of stress involved whenever you're incompleted and have to put something down to try to make it into that top 32, especially when it's the last round of the season.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, he was real shallow in that outer zone 3 for sure.
Yeah, so after here, everything looked great at outside zone 1, then the transition right here, very hesitant and not smooth going from the outside zone 2 all the way out to the outside zone 3.
So we'll see. But yeah, he has a different power plant now under the hood of that car, rocking the VR. Went from a GR to a VR. I saw someone mention that. Should highlight that. Fuji looking good. 82.
Ooh, 82.
Like you said, I don't know
Man,
if 82 is going to be safe.
Yeah, that's getting really close.
So next driver up, ready to go, is going to be number 61. He was the champ of the first season ever of FDJ2. Mao Yamanaka in the Good Ride Motorsports S15 got a 78 on his first qualified run. Let's see how he's going to do here.
Saw the battle scars on the tour from previous rounds. Let's see if he's going to make it into the tandem, because as of now, 78 doesn't look so good.
Here he is looking comfortable, coming out to outer zone 1. Could have been just a little deeper through both zones right there. And I'm not going to lie, this is a very unlike Yamanaka doing these kind of runs. He's a very aggressive driver, and he's usually full in the zones with his vehicle, but for some reason today he's struggling getting out to those zones.
Yeah, and looks like he couldn't slide out enough, so he started to dive in a little earlier. Right there, see? And he had to kind of give it more angle as he was approaching the inside clip, so it didn't look like the car was flowing too good either. It seems like it's very similar to what he had earlier, but not sure on the small point difference there for the inside clips and the outside zones line and angle judges. So let's see what's gonna the total for Yamanaka.
There you go, the
Young
good ride
driver,
banner.
yeah. I mean, that's a lot of pressure on the young driver.
Oh, for real.
You know. And the first time, you know, he's actually a rookie of Formula Drift Japan this year, and I think he might be.
He's sitting at a 10 spot right now. So, yeah, I mean, that's a huge jump. I mean, coming into it, there you go, 77. So losing a point. But, I mean, coming from, you know, the champ of FDJ2, competing against these pros, but still landing, you know, a top 10 spot. Well, yeah, I don't know if that's going to be enough to bring him into the top 32 tandem battles. Next at the line, he got an 83. Yuji Saito, he's in the total park glitter.
I don't even know if the 83 is good enough.
Oh, it's cutting it, yeah. There's been a lot of 84s for sure, and like we were talking about, there's got to be 20 cars that are getting cut today. We have 52 drivers overall. It's 20 cars.
I'm not even going to think about it.
These judges have been busy today. That's 104 runs. I just say 103 because God, I didn't run those. But here he is coming around. Saito, nice job through that. Outer zone 1, powered by a VR, coming around, over rotating just a little bit. Not just a little bit, extreme amount right there. Reverse entering into that inside clip. And, you know,
bad wording, Kenny.
I know. It got me a little excited, / you know, it's been quite the day.
But, you know, I buy that. You know, Saito came out. He wanted to, you know, he came out swinging. He wanted to prove himself by throwing right there. But I think the tire going off the track didn't really help him either from the over rotation that he had on his second qualifying run. So hopefully that 83 is going to be good enough to keep him in the top 32 spot. Man, I want to count. I want to go and count to see what the scores we have.
Well, while you do that, let's talk about the next driver, Naoto Suenaga, number 311 with Altus Tire Drift, Team Fukushima in the 370Z. Got an 84 on his first qualified run. Yesterday's private practice, he had some drivetrain issues. I believe it might have been drive shaft again, because I say again because last round he snapped his drive shaft. Pretty much twisted it completely to nothing. So we'll see how he's going to do here on his second qualified run. Like I said, 84.
Hey, as of now, I think 82 is not good. So 83 is pretty close too.
So Suenaga's good.
I don't know. I just like skimmed through it.
Here he is coming in real hot into that outer zone 1. Just right there, grazing that back end of outer zone 1, flicking back around to outer zone 2 here. Nice job through that inside clip, but not able to get all the way out to that outer zone 3. So is it going to be enough to boost that 84-point first qualify run that he had?
So just want to double check on the replay a few things here. Makes it out, a little bit of a wobble there, leaving outside zone 1. Kind of gets a little short, a little bit of e-brake pull at the outside zone 2. But the car isn't as sideways as it should be, where when I'm telling you the 90 degree, the transition isn't as complete as some of the cars that we've seen, but not bad. Not bad at all for the second run, but also not super high of an energy run either. And I'm talking, like I said, you know, when I say not exciting, I'm talking at the highest level of excitement. But very subtle run by Suenaga on his second run.
There you go, the Linglong Tire girls cheering on one of the teammates.
Throwing gang signs.
Let's see if I can do an FD one.
Yeah.
No, ain't happening.
Is there
Maybe
like
we can combo it. It's a two-man, you make the D.
Wait,
We're not on camera, so they can't see us. 83.
But he has 84 for his first run, so.
Yeah. Now Robbie's over here making his own gang signs. FD signs.
Yeah, it didn't look cool.
I'm
not doing that on camera.
I'll get him to do it on camera.
Nope.
If I had controls of the cameras, the things that y'all would see.
I know, zoom up on Kenny's face.
Nah, I'm good on that. But next up, coming all the way from the U.S., thought he was done for the season, but nah, we dragged him back out here to Japan. You got Kengushi, And then Team Kazama with power vehicles, Motis Lexus RC VR 4.3.
Wow, so the 85, I mean, I think the 85 is good enough, but at the same time, that's not like the top 10 or anything.
Well, that just means he's going to bring more. Look at this right here, coming around outer zone 1. Nice job through outer zone 1. A little waiver, had to adjust himself for that outer zone 2, but able to carry it out to get to that inside clip. Coming around to that outer zone 3. Not the cleanest one we've seen from Kushi, but...
Yeah, the not smooth, a little bit of wavering by Kangushi right here. Makes this part look really good. Then after that, kind of drives a little into towards the outside zone 2. Then there's a little bit of wavering after that because he couldn't make it out to the outside zone 2. So this is just my opinion, but I don't know. Maybe his first run looked a little bit cleaner style-wise.
So we'll see here.
Well, I think the pressure's off a little bit too because he is sitting on an 85.
Yeah.
And that is a very respectable score.
And, you know, I said it before, a lot of people got to realize he comes into country and he doesn't get really any practice time into that vehicle other than what he gets at the event. So, you know, it's a struggle, and it's definitely night and day from his GR86 that he drives in the U.S.
Yeah, it's a bigger,
power and
heavier
size,
car. Yeah. They're, you know.
So just to show, you know, that's right there, just showing you the skills that he has to adapt from there to here, the steering on opposite sides, all that other stuff.
Yeah, but then you saw the banner right there. The Motis team came in really hot this year with.
Oh yes.
Yeah, a lot of.
84. So you got an 85 and an 84, but yeah, Motis is definitely coming in hot this year. Next up, already at the line, ready to go, is the champ himself, number 8, Koichi Yamashita, in the Team Well JZX 100 Mark II.
He's sitting on an 83.
83.
I'm not even sure if that's good enough.
Yeah, and he's so far the 2-time champ. Last year, the year prior to that. Let's see how he's going to do here. I must say that wide body is very beautiful. They just started producing it online. Here he is coming around outer zone 1. Nice shot. Coming through to the outer zone 3, adjusting himself to that inside clip.
See, the champ knows what to do. And the flick wasn't the best, but it was very smooth, and he put the car where it had to be.
We'll see how much it's going to increase his score from the 83 that he had. There you go, adjusting himself, positioning himself in the right spot to get right back on the throttle.
And that was late throttle.
Leaving outer zone 2 to that inside clip, yeah.
But he gave the car time because it was the right amount of grip where he made sure the car rotated and he kept that angle where it wasn't, he didn't throw too much and he had to back off. He threw enough. By the time he was in the inside clip, he was back on throttle, didn't pull out the angle. The drone view, it's very obvious, and as you can see, very, very clean run because he doesn't waver too much. And once he sets the angle, like right there, he sets it, gets back on gas. That would have been a higher score if he was able to, or as a style judge, if he was able to get on throttle a little bit faster too, that would have actually bumped up a few points up as well. But
boom,
there you go, 92. Very clean run by the champ, Yamashita.
Textbook run, filling the zones, showing the aggression all the way through.
And now talking about not making it in the 82, this guy right here, he's sitting on an 80. Daigo Saito, very, very known driver from all over the world, ex-Formula Drift USA driver.
And champion.
I was about to say that. I was trying to say
I already got him with the TMAR GR86. Here he is coming around the bend, coming in very aggressive here.
I expect nothing but aggression and flair coming around outer zone 1. Nice job through outer zone 1. Hard flick there. Dipping a tire early on through that outer zone 2, but getting right back on it. Coming around the outer zone 3. Little shallow on that outer zone 3, but yes, he definitely threw some flair, leaving outer zone 2, getting right back on it, showing the commitment that he had.
So that's a deduction for line, but at the same time, he didn't. I just want to double check on the wavering of the car and how stable he is, but outside zone 1, perfect. Right there, 1 tire off. Minimal correction and gets right back on throttle. Does come short a little on the outside zone 3, but a very clean run, or minus the tire dip on the outside zone 2. I think that was a very impressive run. This is a lot more exciting to see than the run that he had earlier. That was a lot more subtle than this one.
See what the judges are going to give him. See if it's going to be enough to bump his 80-point first qualify run. He's currently sitting 5th in points with 261 overall. So we'll see here. He's about 55 points from the points leader right now. So getting into this top 32 is crucial for him to stay in the race for the championship.
Yeah, so looking at that run, this is almost style judge part of it. The commitment and the fluidity is opposite of what Yamashita just got.
Okay.
Because it was more of, this was more exciting. Oh, 86. Jinx.
We sound very good in sync together. So 86 for Daigo Saito.
Wow. So now I don't even know if 83 is safe.
That's true.
Like all the guys that are on the verge are moving up.
But there you go. Next at the line with an 84 right now is going to be Masanori Kohashi in the Linglong Tire Drift Team.
So this young driver as well. This is his first
series. Here he is coming around the bend. Keeping it hard with some flair. Ringing back around outer zone 2. Just holding on to that inside clip, staying on that throttle all the way through outer zone 3, right in that rumble strip into the finish. Man, there you go. That is why he's sitting right now in 4th, gunning for that first spot, sitting at 296 in points.
Very impressive run by Kohashi. A lot of throttle. Maybe slightly short on outside zone 2, but on the edge right there at outside zone 3. Very nice. Throwing a lot of angle throughout the track, a lot of throttle.
Solid run by Kohashi right there.
And see, that's really cool to see when he's using the throttle to make the car, how can I say it? He rotates the car with the throttle more than anything. And a very exciting run by Kohashi.
There you go, the Linglong girls.
And you know, some people do mess up after the outside zone 1, but the outside zone 1 is pretty much the setup for the track where you're setting yourself up to get on the right line or the right angle.
Oh yeah, especially leaving outer zone 1 to outer zone 2, you got to carry a lot of momentum. There you go, 93.
93.
Huge improvement right there. But yeah, you got to carry a lot of momentum leaving that outer zone 1, but at the same time, you have to lose it. Otherwise, you'll overshoot that inside clip.
Man, being in the 90s is not even exciting anymore.
Because there's so many at this point.
But that's how much talent is out here, here at Fuji. Now, another driver that already has a 90. Let's see if he's going to better that score. It's car number 57, Kanta, driving the Linglong Tire Drift Team, orange, right here at Fuji. Second run.
Like you said, a 90. He's a very aggressive driver, very young, coming around. Just looks like he grazed the tire, dipped the tire there, riding the rumble strip there, coming back around to the inside clip. Nice job there, and beautiful job finishing strong through that outer zone 3.
Man, I mean, these guys are just turning it up.
Well, there you go. We're coming toward the end right here.
Kanta right now sitting in third at 3:12. He's literally 4 points away from the points leader right now. He's got a 90 on his first qualifier run. He threw down right there. Let's see how he's going to do. You can see right there, coming back around, filling all of outer zone 3. Could have been a little bit tighter in that inside clip. But we'll see if it was enough to boost that 90-point score. He's already in the 90s club.
Yeah, that was a very, very style judge-wise, you know, that was zero lift right there for sure. And I like the way he handled, you know, going from outside zone 1 to 2, very smooth. He is able to get really close to the inside clip area.
So we'll see here. They're 93 right there, staying in the 90s club right there. Just like his teammate scoring a 93. There's a lot of 93s we got going on. We have Minoa got a 93 also. And then you also got Andrew Gray with a 93, Kohashi and Kanta, 4 93s right there.
Yeah, and as you can see tracks like this, you see the angles to score. He got a 30. He got a perfect on the angle score.
But we'll see here. We're down to our last 2 drivers to wrap us up here. Oh, he got a.
Oh, hey, he actually got a 94 because the line score was supposed to be a point higher. So
Woo.
that's a 94.
Wow. 94 for Kanta there.
Yeah, so that was a 94. So he did get a higher score, 1 point as more than Kohashi, which is his teammate.
And here we are next at the line, also coming all the way from the U.S. out here, Wataru Masuyama. Currently sitting second in points at a 3:15. Won the last round at Okayama.
Did he come all the way from the U.S. or?
I mean, he raced, yeah, he's in the U.S. and also does FC Japan this year. Here he is, look at that, coming around out of zone 1. Really laying a mark out here. Like I said, Okayama, he took first overall there, sitting second in points. He's only 1 point away from the points leader right now. He's in the GR Yaris with Good Ride Motorsports.
All right, so somebody found the turn-up switch, and they're doing it because everybody's turning it up on their second runs.
From an 88, and look at this right here, filling that zone right there. And you really got to push that car because there's no rear overhang on that car.
Mm-hmm. And man, look at the smoke trail. It doesn't get lighter at all anywhere.
Here it is, a better view, the chase view coming around. Nice job through that inside clip right there.
Wow.
Interested to see what this score is going to be. Definitely more than an 88, but is it a contender for the top spot?
All right, so what do we got?
We got mid-90s going on right now.
Uh-oh. Because right now our leading score is 95, right?
Tied. Well, yes, 95 is our highest score right now.
Oof. 94!
Just missing it. 94, just like Kanta right there. Kanta got a 90 on his first. Masuyama got an 88 on his first run, so it looks like Kanta will bump a little bit more than higher than him on that standings, but we're gonna have to see if it's enough because we have one last driver here. Hokuto Matsuyama in the TMAR GR86 got an 84 on his first qualified run. He is leading the point standings. He got a 316. Like I said, he's only 1 point ahead of Masuyama. Don't get it twisted. It's Matsuyama or Masuyama.
You get it twisted. I don't.
I know. Robbie makes fun of me for it, so as I'm highlighting it.
All right, the last qualified run of this year.
Let's get it. There he is, right there, dipping a tire, but coming around. Look at that hard aggression, that hard flick into that inside clip. Beautiful shot through that inside clip. And oh my gosh, what a way to end the last run of qualifying for the last round here for the 2022 season.
Did you see the amount of throttle and angle going from outside zone 2 to inside clip?
Oh yeah.
He went off tires right here, but look at that angle and not too much, and he makes it around the turn with that angle.
Full throttle too.
And you know what? We have different scoring, and you know I am in charge of the style part of it. So minus all the line change. Look at this. Look at how smooth with that much angle. I think that was the deepest angle I've seen all day and the smoothest. Watch this. Check this out.
Transitioning there to
transition right there. Whew. And he keeps that angle. He keeps the throttle, and he keeps it going and makes it work out.
And it wasn't even like a reverse entry to that. It was a nice flick where he carried all the way through. So if you were in the chase position, you can easily chase that. So what a way to end right there, qualifying. Last round here for the 2022 season for the G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan Series. This is round 6 here at Fuji. Best backdrop we can possibly ask for with Fuji, clear as day, looking over us. And right there, you all are looking over the track right now where the inside clip is. And to the left is where we're at inside the truck. And there you go, Fuji. 96! I told you, you got to wait till the very end right there. 96. See, he waited till the very end. Look, what are we? We're in 4 hours right now.
And he waited. We had to wait till the last driver to get the highest score
4 hours
out there. So, oh my God, that was an amazing amount of driving that we were able to see. 52 wonderful drivers out here made their driving and made it very exciting. What do you think about the level and the driving here at FD Japan?
I mean, I've always loved it. It's definitely really fun to see how it progresses year to year and how some of the drivers that have spent some time in the U.S. either are adopting certain like technical aspects to their driving or bringing stuff over there, and you kind of get this shared culture kind of thing. So I always have a lot of fun coming out here. It's great to be back and finally traveling more freely since COVID. That series is awesome. You guys do a great job, and you know we're just really honored to be here.
That's from Ryan. He said he's honored to be here. He's just being nice to us, right?
Exactly, because we're here now in person.
Yeah, so here you go. There's Tom Saiba and Yoichi Momura. Overall, we're going to post on social media the ranking and who made it and who didn't. Overall, you know, I would have to say so much talent out here. Great driving, and it was super exciting. And that was a great qualify session that I think to finish off the season.
Exactly. I mean, it may have been a little longer than actually it's been long all year, but I must say it was very exciting. It kind of kept the tempo all the way through, having our foreign drivers back in. I think, you know, next year it's going to be a lot better, crazier, but I must say, what a way to end with a 96 for the first top qualify position.
And what's his name?
Matsuyama.
Matsuyama, not Masayama. Hey, but Matsuyama's, you know, somewhere up in the mix as well. You got Matsuyama first in the ranking, points ranking. Then you got Masayama second in points and ranking. So
exactly. And as we come to a close, I got to say thank you. Shout out to all you fans out there for sticking with us. You are our fans. You are the spectators out there that we're talking to. We appreciate you all. All season it has been phenomenal. And, you know, much love to y'all for, you know, supporting us and the comments that you're giving us. I really do appreciate that.
And, hey, we got one more round next weekend for FDJ2. Don't forget about that. But we do have tomorrow where we're going to be back around the same time tomorrow for the tandem. So please keep showing us your support. Come check it out. It's going to be a good one. I promise you that. It's going to be very exciting all the way to the end. And let's all watch and see who the 2022 champion is going to be crowned here at Fuji Speedway.
Exactly. Point standing is too close to even leave anything for comfort. 316, 315, 312, 296. That's the top 4 point standings right now. So nothing else to say for today. It's been a phenomenal day. Beautiful weather. Let's check out the replay of the run that you just saw.
And yes, He did get docked for line, but look at this. Look at that. Full counter, full throttle. And that's really hard to do at this track because, you know, the turning radius is not the same throughout. But right there. Tire off right there. Tire off right there. Yeah, that's it. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Make sure you're back, and don't forget to tune in.
Thank you all, and have a good night, good evening, and a good morning. Goodbye.
フォーミュラードリフトジャパン。
革新のカーボンベゼル。Bluetooth 搭載 G-SHOCK カシオ。
横浜。
The brightness called brilliant. blinding and vivid. Valentine.
Ultimate lubricant. Mortis.
Made in Japan. Breed.
伝統と革新小倉クラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチ小倉レーシングクラッチ ORC
究極の静かさと安全性オンロードオフロード世界中で活躍するケンダその信頼を支える静音性安定性と対摩耗性世界が認めた技術と信頼を街乗りである高品質と納得の価格タイヤのポテンシャルをあなたにケンダ
What's up, guys? It's Frederick Gaspo, and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. Iyo RSR Ichiban.